and even challenges in securing office spaces, among others. So tech hubs came into being. These are organized spaces that have physical presence that allowed the startups that I've just described to have some of the facilities and amenities that they were not able to have, and also bring a community of these startups together to help them interact with each other and cross-share. In addition to also exposing the various founders to potential venture capitalists. So that has been the role of the tech startups. If I quickly scanned through the statistics across Africa, almost every region, be it West Africa, Southern Africa, East Africa, have really budding techpreneurship spaces. And this, if it were to be looked at in terms of the number of tech innovation hubs, then we've seen significant growth in the Southern Africa spearheaded by South Africa, West Africa spearheaded by Nigeria, East Africa region spearheaded by Kenya, and where there is more than 50 tech hubs in space. So that has been the role of those tech startups, and some of them, which was very interesting, there was an increase in infusion of research and innovation. That means that a number of universities came up to have their own tech spaces. I come from the University of Nairobi, where I head the C4E Computing for Development Innovation Hub, which was established sometime in 2012. And over that period of time, at C4D alone, we have incubated more than 40 different startups. And as part of our training curriculum, we have also trained more than 5,000 different innovators in different aspects. And this span from the areas of agri-tech, civic tech, ed-tech, health tech, and fintech, among other areas. So I just want to mention, for example, currently at the University of Nairobi, we are partnering with the Global Center on Adaptation to incubate startups that are focusing on climate change, specifically to help with the resilience of infrastructure. All of us are seeing what's happening in Nairobi today. We are facing a lot of disruptions by floods. Some of the startups we are incubating are coming up with solutions to monitor the road surface condition. Some of them specifically to monitor the health of bridges in this country. Some of them, the third one is actually to monitor situations. Now, I mentioned that we have the policy perspective being championed by the government. So government actually is expected to create, somebody asked about an enabling environment. Government is expected to create an enabling environment for these digital innovations to thrive. And one key way through which the governments have achieved this or are expected to achieve this is through defining conducive policies that would spur digital innovation. This could be looked at in terms of access, so that people have access to digital content, people have access to the digital innovations. Also, they could be looked at from the perspective of trust. Governments are expected to create, for example, under access, governments are expected to create conducive technological and regulatory policies that help in realigning the digital innovations with the expectations of the market and the needs of the people. Our country has made significant efforts in this. We've seen a number of policies that have been created. We have the National ICT, cybersecurity strategy and all that the government has put in place. The government also identified what is critical infrastructure and came up with the policies of protecting this critical infrastructure. And most of the digital innovations actually rely on some of this critical national infrastructure. The government is also expected not only to come up with the policies that allow for setting up of conducive infrastructure, but we have seen governments across Africa try to coordinate, especially in countries that have multiple levels of governments like Kenya and Nigeria. We've seen governments putting in place policies that allow for coordination between what I can call the national and the county government, if I use the Kenyan context. So such allow for access. In terms of trust, governments have put in place or are expected to come up with policies that foster digital security. When we want to take our government services to the people through digital avenues, we must put in measures to ensure that people will trust that whatever data that they put there is secure and safe. Government is also expected to come up with policies, and we've seen this in Kenya, for example, that strengthen security expertise. Government championed through the ICT authority in Kenya, for example, the government has championed a lot of security awareness initiatives, especially among the employees of the government, civil service at different ranks. We've also seen that some countries in Africa have come up with policies that help in establishing national register for cybersecurity professionals, cybersecurity trainers, and so on and so forth. And above all, governments are expected to come up with policies that allow for information sharing among different activities. And when I'm talking of information sharing, I'm looking at cyber security information. This is being achieved in most of the African governments through, number one, the establishment of the data protection laws and the corresponding authorities that ensure that such laws are enforced. But still a lot has to be done. For example, we expect governments to ride on the current wave of the digital innovation that focus on emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, blockchain, among others, so that they can come up with a conducive regulatory framework that realign their interest with such expectations. Other than that, government finally should also invest in policies that help in building capacity for digital innovators. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Professor Elisha Abade one more time for setting the stage for our next panel discussion. And I would like to now welcome our moderator for this panel, Mbogwa Njihia, and his panelists, Honorable Senator Alan Chesang, Timothy Ishamwenge, Thousands Eyes Regional Lead Cisco, Kevin Atibu, Deputy Director Innovations at the ICT Authority, Professor Vincent Machuki, Strategic Advisor, Office of the President. And just to note, Senator Alan Chesang is also the chairperson of the ICT sector at the Senate. Let's give them a warm round of applause as they make their way on stage.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Those breakfast either here or at home. So good morning again. My name is Mbogwa Njihia. I'm a venture builder, meaning I look at various interests across industries with a particular inclination to technology. And I'd like to say a big thank you to Professor Elisha Abade for breaking us in and setting the tone for Plenary 9, which is looking at Africa's digital innovations and enterprises, and specifically highlighting change makers who are championing digital transformation or Africa's transformation, and how we can invest in policy to drive this forward. So I'd like to call on my panelists one by one to come on stage, starting with career diplomat, His Excellency Jibril Ibrahim Abdullah, who's the current ambassador of Somalia to Kenya. Round of applause for him. You will let me have this first seat, so any seats are going that side, please. And I'd like to call on Honorable Alan Chesang, Senator Trans Nzoia County and Chairperson of the Senate Information, Communication and Technology Committee. Mr. Timothy Ishamwenge, Regional Lead Sub-Saharan Africa at Thousand Eyes who are now part of Cisco. Karibu. Mr. Kevin Atibu, who's the Deputy Director, Innovation and Incubation at ICT Authority. And Professor Vincent Machuki, Strategic Advisor, Office of the President. Machuki, are you in the room? If Machuki is not in the room, I'd ask for Professor Elisha. I see you in conversation. Kindly join us on stage. Help me welcome him back as well. So for this, I'd like to have it as interactive as possible. So between the panelists, I've requested them from earlier on to feel free to interject politely so that we can have a multi-layered sort of conversation and drive this forward. I think I will keep that seat on that side open in case Bwana Vincent Machuki comes on. So I think I will start with diving right in. I'll start with Mr. Kevin Atibu, who's the Deputy Director, Innovation and Incubation at ICT Authority. Courtesy of your role, you're exposed to hundreds, if not thousands, of these people that we call change makers. And I'd like for you to set the stage for us with some examples that stand out for you in terms of who do you consider across your experience and interaction as a change maker. And then we could probably extrapolate that into our own African context and see what other companies or businesses or startups, as Professor alluded earlier, can fit into that category.
All right, thank you very much, Mbukwa, for that question. I think it's a rather difficult question to answer considering the number of innovations that come out from Africa, but I'll just highlight a few. Because we do, in my profession, I actually do interact with quite a number of them, which have already scaled. In Kenya, we already know of M-Pesa, so I wouldn't want to talk much about it, but it's been a game changer in terms of the financial services. But we also do have players within the agricultural sector. There's Trigger Food, which has been able to bridge the gap between farmers and the consumers, being able to have those farm produce actually delivered to consumers at a very a very reduced price. When you look at across the border in Uganda, for example, we do have a taxi hailing app, which is called Safe Border. And Safe Border basically means it's an application where a user can use then to be able to hail for taxis, but in this term, it's more of a than to do your transportation. Across the continent in Nigeria, I think what stands out for me is Flutterwave, which is also an innovation within the financial services. It's been able to scale into 8 African countries, being able to provide payments, payments across the continent and also within the Americas and the Great Britain. So these are some of the innovations that I see, or startups that I've seen that have been able to impact the society, impact the users. But there are so many which I don't think we'll be able to finish or conclude in terms of talking about the various innovations or startups that have been that have originated from Africa.
I'd like to then go next to His Excellency Jibril and say, the last few decades have actually seen tremendous transformation in Somalia. My question to you is, what have been the building blocks in terms of policy that you have been looking at or adopting to actually catalyze and drive this change?
Well, thank you very much. One is that Somalia has relatively very, very young, like other African countries, very young population of an average of 30%, 70% of Somalis are under 30 years old. And of course, as you know, that Somalia also has got one of the cheapest, I think they said that the 7th country or the 7 on the list of the cheapest access to internet in the world. and the cheapest in Africa. And therefore that puts us at a very challenging position where how do you really make advantage of that accessibility and the cheapness, but also ensures that the government meets. So there is a law passed by the parliament, it's called ITC and Communication Act, to ensure that the Somalis will be able to utilize internet with all its benefit, but also ensures that the safety and security of the country and the people are safeguarded. The second issue for us is Somalia is also in a very transitional process where we've been fighting with Al-Shabaab and other radical groups and maintaining some level of protection of data, but also not use internet or mobile system to benefit them was also another challenge, and that has also put cybersecurity law has been put in place, that accessibility is also limited to those areas that we feel that is a threat to national security. But also I want to also bring the issue of Somali diaspora. We have a very vibrant diaspora globally of almost 3, 4, 5 million who are sending money to Somalia, an average of $4 or $5 billion a year, has been increasing over the years with 2 billion, but now it's 5 billion. And this accessibility of those funds has been difficult in a long time. But for the first time, thanks to the mobile services, Somalis who are sitting in the middle of Montreal or Washington, D.C. or London can send the money directly to their relatives in the middle of nowhere. And that has been generated and facilitated by the accessibility of internet or mobile services. There are 3 companies right now have been given a license, and these 3 companies also have direct use of communication service available. So combining all these, I think we are now discussing in terms of accessibility of local people. One challenge though, but also we're struggling in our case, is yes, of course, accessibility is good in various levels, but also comes with a risk. When you have a large population who are not literate on of technology, sometimes usage of internet or services available, digital services available through the net brings risk. Because if you don't know how to use it, you've been abused. So what we have right now in many parts of the country where some external forces are penetrating into Somalia and presenting a very dark side of the use of such digital services, and we're trying to protect it, and that legal framework has been put in place.
Fantastic. And I'll jump from one government to another, and I'll come to Honorable Chesang. And we've already heard quite a bit from Honorable Jibril about the different aspects and the different layers that they're looking at from in their context. In the context of Kenya, from where you sit, how well are we doing, or how well are we not doing? And what are some of the interventions that you could put out that you could term as successes that are actually driving the policy conversation in relation to actual value for us?
Thank you very much, Bugua, for first of all having me here. As the chairman of ICT and where I sit, in terms of enabling environment in this sector, I think we are very, very, very heavy on public participation. We try as much as possible to include each and every stakeholder, either government or the private sector. And as just maybe as an example, as late as April 9th, we had all government stakeholders. We had a conversation with them to make sure that we include each and every government agency to make sure that we strengthen our policy and our legal frameworks in terms of this sector is concerned. And we had the Ministry of ICT, we had KBC, we had Communication Authority, Office of the Data Protection, and many others, all government stakeholders, for a 4-day conference to make sure that we try as much as possible to make sure that we do public participation and also hear what each of the sector has to put input upon these policies. And also, we are also planning now to have, next month we're having a conference with the private sector to also see what they think about our policies now and where Kenya is going to the future, and also our interaction globally with other countries, and also where this world is going in terms of this technology and the frameworks that we have. Number of bills that we have in our committee, and it's very heavy. You know, many people feel bills are passed just after a month or two, but we don't do that. We make sure that we do thorough public participation. We move from county to county governments to make sure that we participate. We have participation and submissions from each and every Kenyan or any government or private stakeholder to make sure that we come up with an inclusive policy that will favor each and every Kenyan, and also any of our partners internationally and other countries.
Oh, fantastic. And you brought in an interesting point about the policy process, and maybe Professor, you could also chime in here along with Mheshimiwa Chesang. What does the average policy process look like? You mentioned, Professor, you mentioned about startups and upstarts, and they tend to want to move fast and break things. But policy, because it's connected to government, requires a certain rigor in terms of engagement. What does that average policy process look like from the start to public participation to finally it being assented in one way or another into law?
What it looks like in Kenya, once, let me say, there is a bill that anyone is sponsoring, maybe a member of parliament, or maybe any Kenyan is trying to push a bill, or a private sector. The bill first, or maybe the ministry comes with its own bill, or a committee of the Senate or the parliament comes with its own bill. It first goes to the ministry, the State Department, the Ministry of ICT. Then it goes back to the National Assembly, the Committee of the National Assembly. Then it comes to us now, so that we can now make it law. Then from us, it now goes to now the president in terms of now signing it as a bill. So it has all these steps that might not take a month or two, maybe even a year, but as where I sit now, we have decided with the ministry and all the stakeholders present that for us to make these bills move faster in Parliament, we include everyone in terms of participating. So we just sometimes do one conference, so we can do a retreat and invite all the stakeholders. They submit all their submissions. Then now we have to do public participation to the public on what they think about the bill and how they feel about the law. So now we get all these submissions, and now we combine and think and put it in one bill. So it's a whole process in terms of participation. Every person in this sector has to participate, and every Kenyan has a right to submit their own submissions, and we have to listen to them as well.
Excellent, Professor. Your thoughts on that process, and maybe earlier we were talking about the role of industry associations as well.
Great. My thought, as Honorable Senator has said, I really agree with him that policy-making process is not a 1 or 2 month kind of affair, because it requires identifying the need for that policy, so stipulating the need for that policy in a clear manner. After you've identified the need, then we look at the stakeholders. When I mentioned, for example, the tech hubs coming, the different associations that play their role in the tech space, we have to engage with them, tell them what we'd want to do, what the policy the benefits, the potential benefits of the policy to the country and the population at large, and then also get their inputs, because a number of times you will find that policies, when we formulate them, they have different effects on different stakeholders. So we also have to listen to these stakeholders, take in their perspectives, and merge it together, harmonize, if I use that term, harmonize it so that at the end of the day, the whole process is of a great benefit to the entire country. Thank you.
Asante. Just a quick check in the room. How many have heard of the company 1,000 Eyes? Before you read it in the program, how many have heard of the company 1,000 Eyes before? Excellent. So, Timothy, first tell us what 1,000 Eyes does before I ask you this next question, please.
I think just before you move to that,
yes.
Humbly, what we forgot to mention is the two parliaments has to debate these bills. National Assembly contains of 290 members of parliament, and the Senate has 67 senators. So you can imagine the time that the debate takes for both houses to debate, also take a bit of time for them to agree and also vote on the bill.
Yeah, the policy process is a slow burn one, not an instant tea or instant coffee sort of experience. Over to you, Timothy.
Thank you, Bonambogwa, for that question. And yeah, at least I saw a couple of hands in the audience, meaning we're doing our job here. So we do have a booth right outside here, Cisco. So please visit us if you want to know more about 1,000 Eyes. But at a basic level, 1,000 Eyes allows our customers, you as our customers, to view the internet as if it's your own personal network. Because what traditionally happens is you know what's happening within your own network. You know what's going wrong, what's going right. But as soon as traffic leaves your own four walls, what happens? You lose track of it, because now it's in the ISP space. It's going through the internet. So you suddenly don't have visibility of what's happening with your users out there. So what 1,000 Eyes does is we're able to allow you to correlate what's happening on your network, as well as networks you don't own, and what's happening with your users. Because at the end of the day, the user's digital experience is what matters. If right now I take out my phone and try accessing my banking app, for example, and it doesn't work, to me, it's not important whether it's the bank that's having a problem, or the internet, or the service provider. All I know is I can't access my banking app, and that leads to a negative digital experience, meaning that at the end of the day, I'll end up blaming my bank. So it's the impetus is on the bank to ensure that I'm able to access those services whenever I need to. And so at a basic level, that's what 1,000 Eyes does. And please visit us for more information.
A great plug. So my question to him is, many times we tend to look at these policy interventions on businesses or enterprises that are a business to consumer. Right? All of the examples that had been mentioned earlier are mostly business to consumer, but 1,000 Eyes lies in the realm of B2B, where it can be argued there's a lot more value to be unlocked, especially at a policy level, and you're looking at exportable value. So my question to you is, what are the realities of the regional lead? What are the realities of taking a business or socializing a business across multiple African countries, and what policy interventions can actually enable local businesses, and local here is local in each and every African country context, to then scale out to the rest of Africa?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that very easy question. But when you talk about policy, what comes to mind is the enabling policies that the government can put in place to enable this kind of digital innovation and business. And I'll touch again on Thousand Eyes, and I'll go to a brief history of Thousand Eyes. So Thousand Eyes was begun by 2 college students at the UCLA. So these were PhD students, and they saw a gap in the market. And because the governments as well as education sector has set up policies and they want as much as possible to enable business and enable this kind of innovations to come up. So these two had access to grants and research funding from the university and outside, and they were able to build up this solution to the point where now venture capitalists start getting involved. They start getting interested in this. And this would be something that would be ideal in Africa because we have a lot of innovators out there who don't have access to venture capital. So the universities should be the incubation space where they're able to develop these ideas to the level where this can be commercialized and end up being B2B. And that, of course, creates employment. It creates an environment where Africa is able to build its own solutions. Because the danger of having only external parties play in this space is that what happened, for example, in China a while ago could happen here. Remember, at some point, China was cut off from the silicon semiconductor market. And if something similar was to happen in Africa, when we're so reliant on external parties for these kind of solutions, that becomes a problem. So the government has to look for ways to enable and develop in-house and in Africa solutions.
Thank you. So, Honorable Jibril, building on Ichamwenge's contribution there, it is great to try develop in-country capability, but I believe there's a place for partnerships to allow us to unlock value in different ways. What's your opinion on how governments, whether it's with private sector or even civil society, how can these partnerships help unlock value cognizant of the challenges that he mentioned or the risks he mentioned?
I think the case of Somalia, maybe one question I have my colleagues, particularly Kenyans, is that in the case of Somalia, the digital companies or institutions that run those big corporations are literally the 3rd largest employers in the country. Huge, enormous power, political power. And therefore, sometimes challenging them with the government doesn't have much is going to be very difficult. So the question is, how do you really consolidate the two in the sense that, yes, I want to challenge and make sure that the government has stamp and able to manage and deal with those institutions, but at the same time, if you are limited resource-wise, how do you really deal with that? Because that enormous. But the second point is the issue of private sector from outside. And I think, for example, in the case of Somalia, we don't have much in the sense that big, huge companies. We have a large Somalis diaspora who are now coming back with innovative ideas of a tech, but their partners or external or internal is very limited. So how do you really encourage local talent with the support from outside or inside? Maybe outside could be a difficulty because they might dominate and challenging you. But on the other side, sometimes you don't have enough resources to do what needs to be done. Your creativity is limited.
Thank you, Honorable Jibril. So, Bwana Chesang, these partnerships must be anchored in something different or must be anchored in fundamentals. Because I think some of the biggest risks that we run is to actually, or rather the question is, how do we then guard the value that is created from these partnerships and embed that in policy? Yes, it's great to go out and get partnerships that allow you to do certain things and advance technologically, but then how do we create the guardrails that you don't have what I would refer to as, partner remorse? 3 years later, after you've engaged with a partner to drive certain things, you're then rethinking that decision. How do we guard against that?
Thank you once again. I think that is now where we come in as legislators and policymakers. We have to create right policies and right legal frameworks to make sure that we safeguard these kind of situations. I think I might just mention some few bills that are trying to help us get this kind of situations, and also bills that are also helping the country to make sure that we are creating a framework, because most of technology without these frameworks might be also dangerous and harmful to the country. So, for example, we are doing the Technopolis bill, which is trying to help us, of course, manage the innovation ICT hub in Kenya. We are doing the critical infrastructure bill. We are doing the cryptocurrency bill as we speak. We are doing the AI bill. We feel this kind of technology is very good and important. This is the future as we look at it, but it might be harmful if we don't create a framework and we create a policy whereby there is an extent on how to use it. So I think mostly is the bills that we put in place to cover, and also the government is also really helping us in what His Excellency just mentioned, what is happening in Somalia. The government has gone a higher notch in trying to make sure that it takes infrastructure to not only the urban areas, but also the rural areas. The government is deploying 100,000 of fibers to every part of this country. The government is trying to equip most of our Technopolis, most of our technical colleges, and they have gone further to make sure that we have a digital hub in each and every ward in this country. That is 1,450 wards, to make sure that they tap and to make sure that they reach everyone in the rural areas, not just the urban areas. So this is, I just felt it was very important to just mention what the government is doing and how it's supporting the startups, and also make sure that we can be able next time also to export, not just to benefit on the digital jobs that are coming, but we can also be, our youths can also be, have an opportunity to get these skills, and not just the skills, but the right digital skills, to make sure that they also have what it takes to not just be resourceful in this country, but also what happens globally. They can meet any kind of work and handle it on their own level, and also what the government is sourcing for them.
I like that angle for knowledge transfer, because I think if you can embed the fact that for every implementation done in partnership, there has to be deep knowledge transfer and upskilling of local talent within the region, so that there can be continuity. The other part that I think also surfaced from what you've mentioned is, probably adapting to open standards, so that you don't feel like you're locked into a particular solution or technology in as much as it served you for its time. I'd come back to you, Bwana Atibu, and ask you, beyond policy, what do we do next? It's creating value is a multi-layer sort of situation. You've got the policy that supports. What do we do, or where do we go beyond policy? And what interventions has, for example, ICTA put out there for the Kenyan context?
Right, thanks, Mbugua, for that. Yes, policy is really important in terms of trying to set up the foundation, but we also need to then work with the innovator. And this is a person who's building the solution, who has an idea on trying to solve a particular problem in society. So taking a case of ICT Authority, we do run a program called the White Box Program, which basically walks the journey of innovation with the innovator, right from ideation all the way to scaling of that solution. So government has come in and it's able to then train innovators, giving them the necessary skills that they need, be it skills in technology, the emerging technologies. We have trainings around AI. We have trainings on cloud services. which they can then utilize to then build their solutions. Then over and above that, there is a provision of guidance in terms of, from a legal perspective. We all know it's very important to protect the IP right from the formation of an idea, so that even as they are scaling the solution and as they're attracting investors, they already have protected their IP. Then over and above that, we do have mentorship, which is being provided by either other innovators or startups that have been able to go through the process, which becomes very practical in terms of enabling these upcoming innovators understand that you don't become a unicorn in this country in just a matter of a year or so. It's a process, and you actually have to be able to be very deliberate to be able to succeed. Then another component around white box is that once a solution is ready, then we expose them to the venture capitalists and investors so that they're able to pitch their solution. And even as we speak for this forum, we have 16 innovators or 16 startups across the continent who have been sponsored specifically by ICT Authority to be able to come here and be able to pitch their solutions, and people can be able to see the potential of these and have conversations around scaling them up.
Fantastic. Over to you, Professor. You've heard what Atibu has said, and also from Ichwenga about the story of 1,000 eyes. What Timothy hadn't mentioned earlier is that, you know, these guys met in campus as PhD students in 2010 and built out this company that raised $110 million in funding, but eventually exited and was bought by Cisco for a reported $1 billion. Why are we not seeing more of this sort of outputs from our own academic institutions? Why hasn't there been a company that was incubated or started by students out of University of Nairobi, for example, that got university support, plugged into all these mechanisms, was handheld to a fantastic exit like this? What's missing?
Thank you, Mbogwa, for that. From where I sit and also from the perspective of the University of Nairobi, I think what is missing, there's a missing link between what I can call research, because research and the actual product development, if I talk of that. And universities need to play a bigger role by bridging that gap. So if I look at the University of Nairobi, what I can say is that, well, we go out there and truly we are a center of academic excellence. But then what does that entail? It entails doing research and teaching. But then what happens with the research perspective? Professors like myself do a lot of research, but in the mind of an academic, what really goes there is how many publications do you have? And in which journal are you published? What is the impact of that journal? So that's where the mind shift should take place. So that we just don't see that I am published in such and such a journal that is reputable in my profession, but then also see how do we commercialize these research ideas. So the biggest missing link is the commercialization of the research activities, as well as also establishing the innovation hubs. I said they are probably University of Nairobi and many of the universities across the country have done well, establishing innovation hubs where we have these students and professors with fantastic ideas. They come, they get their ideas incubated and do almost what my brother from ICT Authority has just said, that we expose these startups to venture capitalists. I had earlier said that I head the Innovation Lab of the University of Nairobi. So University of Nairobi had actually seen this link, and probably if I went to the history of C4D Lab started by what we used to call open days, where you had our students showcase whatever they've done, whether it is at PhD, masters, or and then the industries come and see, and they, wow. Then we realize, okay, this could be actually be taken a little further, and how to nurture them. That's how C4D Lab was born. So with that, we are currently working with the IP office of the University of Nairobi to help churn out these ideas from the Innovation Hub out there. So far, at C4D Lab, yes, we have had some successes. Probably in this country, you know, those of us who are in cargo transport, there's Amitrak. Amitrak was actually incubated at C4D Lab. There is the Market Force, popularly known as Reja Reja. Reja Reja was started by actually my students, whom I taught somewhere. So we have such successes, though in a little scale. So I agree, we need to do more. Thank you.
Fantastic. I know Honorable Jesang has input into that as well.
Yeah, thank you. I think just to add up on what Professor said is, I think also what was missing was the lack of government support, which I think Kenya is really, really supporting as we speak. As I just earlier mentioned, when Kenya is doing 1,450 hubs in the next 4 months, and deploying computers, that shows the level of support that it has already, it's already giving our youth out there. And just to be specific, I personally did an ICT hub in my place, in my home, just for the community. And the government really supported me. In fact, the president himself came to launch the space. And 3 months down the line, we have been able to give digital skills to these youths, and where now they have a place. Now the government has, for example, innovation hubs like Konza, whereby once they come up with a tool or an app or whatever, different kind of technology, they have Konza to pitch and maybe to showcase what they have. The government has been organizing conferences, roundtable meetings to make sure that our youths are not only just learning the digital skills, but also giving them an opportunity to come and showcase what they do. And it also invites international investors, because all these things, after having the skill, you also need finances and donors to make sure that you there's a platform to showcase and for these small startups. So I think government support is actually very important, and I must admit that this government that we have now is really supporting technology, and I think we are okay at where we are, but of course we still need support from guidance and support from other stakeholders and also the international investors and communities, donors. Yeah.
You know, that's great to hear, because one of the running conversations in most African ecosystems is that a lot of initiatives tend to be focused in cities. Yet we know that a brilliant mind or innovation can actually come from the grassroots. And if you can tap into that and then create relevant policies that then handhold those all the way to commercialization, then we are onto something. I imagine, Professor, if the university itself had a stake in the companies you mentioned, I know some of them have gone on to raise quite hefty amounts in terms of venture funding. The stake that the university held could have essentially continued to fund other R&D initiatives within the organization. So I think it's something that needs to be looked at in that perspective. And cognizant of time, Timothy, I remember we talked about you as a regional lead. One of the things that you've seen as both a challenge and opportunity is the issue of culture. You know, in other markets are homogeneous in nature. You go to the US, it is, you know, one homogeneous sort of environment. But you come to Africa, I want to go to Somalia, there are nuances that I have to adapt to. I have to go to West Africa or North Africa, there are those nuances. What is the challenge and opportunity when thinking about policy that can allow us to tap into our cultural differences and make them worth something for us?
So for me, what comes to mind when we talk about that cultural shift is, as you mentioned, digital. The digital environment has caused what we call, what you mentioned, homogenization, which is dilution of culture. And in and of itself is something that, you know, we may not want to end up homogeneous, you know, as an African continent, because it's
to maintain our identity, so to speak.
Our diversity is what makes Africa special. And what happens a lot of times, today if you go on various media platforms, what you mostly see is external content. And so what happens to our own culture, our own content, it sort of gets swept aside. We don't end up seeing it. Myself, I'm a movie buff, and I love a good movie. But one thing you'll notice is a lot of stories that are being told today are being retold. It's almost as if places like Hollywood have ran out of ideas. Today a movie comes out, tomorrow it's redone. And I'm looking at this from a storytelling perspective because Africa has a lot of stories that need to be told, that are not being told. So that's one of the places where policy can drive innovation in that kind of space, in the space of storytelling, because we are rich in stories, and yet these stories are not being told. How do we get those stories out there? We don't need to build large studios like Hollywood anymore because technology has moved to a space where AI is able to do a lot of these things for us. Today, if I need to set up a scene of a car explosion, I don't need to actually explode a car. I can simply use visual effects, computer-generated effects, and get the same. So we are likely to see a situation in the next couple of years where a lot of innovators start getting into these kind of spaces and create African stories at a fraction of the cost of what Hollywood budgets are able to do. So that's just one of the aspects. There are many aspects that have been talked about here, telehealth, remote health and stuff like that. But I just wanted to mention that one on culture because there's a lot that can be developed in that space. And there are a lot of creators, there are a lot of innovators that could actually set up some pretty large enterprises in that space.
Excellent. I remember one of the things that surfaced from our conversation was also connected to public participation. Because many times when government calls for public participation in policy making, it is, come to Kisumu Town Hall, there'll be an engagement with government. Maybe we need to look at how have we been communicating culturally across Africa and use that as a method through which to engage the publics, to engage the citizens and get relevant outputs that then inform our policies. We are about done for time, and I'd like for us to, some final thoughts on, what's next. We've looked at some of the challenges and some of the opportunities. So starting from Professor, 30 seconds each. When we come back next year, inshallah, what are we going to say we implemented that have allowed us to then take this discussion further? So we move beyond talking and mentioning the challenges to actually some outputs.
Great. I think one is that before we come back next, as you say, we need to reevaluate where we are in terms of these policies that we are talking about. If there's any missing policy, we need to have them put in place. But then again, it should not end at policies. We should come up with actions. Just as I said, if I look at it from the missing link between what the innovators have and going to the market, we should check if it is a lack of funds, then we should come up with mechanisms for ensuring that there's some fund is put in place to allow these innovators to actualize their ideas.
Right, so for me, I think from this forum, probably what we should try and focus on is on forging the partnerships. There's a lot that has been said in terms of what government is trying to do, what the education sector is trying to do, and also what is happening in the private sector. But if we are able then to forge those partnerships and assist our innovators to be able to scale across the continent, because solutions that are built in, for instance, Tanzania could be addressing a problem which could then be utilized within Kenya. Could we have partnerships which are then be able to then promote such innovations to move from country to country?
Thank you. Honorable Jibril.
Well, thank you. For me, issue of inter-Africa exchange ideas itself. Because often when you have a program that be successful in South Africa or Nigeria, has nothing to do with Somalia, and Somalia may have more use to that. So therefore, having within the African exchanging ideas and programs and replicating it. Right? Sometimes we look from outside in Western world, coming in and learning from them. But I think within Africa, we may have so much to offer. The second item that I would like to issue of private and public partnership in those ITC programs, that will be very helpful, particularly in the case of Somalia, where I described to you that almost 30%, what they call the employment level, the largest population are employed by tech private sector. So these private sector has so much power in their hands. But can there be any lessons we can learn from other countries? Thank you.
Fantastic. Timothy, your closing remarks?
I'll just belabor the point again. PPP, public and private partnership. The more of that we see, the more we're able to develop these policies, the more we're able to drive this agenda of enabling this digital innovation within Africa. So for me, that's key, and I'd like to see more of that. And just to touch on what Cisco is doing in that space, we have a program called Country Digital Acceleration that works with government as well as tertiary education, and that's all we do. All we do is go into government and help build this kind of policies that will enable Africa to set up a space where digital innovation becomes the norm for us.
Asante. Honorable Chisang, take it home.
Thank you. I'll just want to repeat what the last part, Mbogwa, you said. And I think it's also a challenge. It has been a challenge before, the public participation. We've been using a manual way to public participate for the longest time. And I think now we are coming up with a tool that actually the tool is coming from one of my students in my local hub, supported by government, whereby we have digitalized the public participation, and we've had that complaints more times because you have so many people across the world, whereby they would want to participate in our local policies, but they wouldn't. Before, we were moving from county to county, and we just get actually submissions, like physically. So it was a bit hectic for us, even as policymakers, to go through all the paperwork and stuff. But we are coming up with a tool that anyone can do public participation online. And finally, I think as much as we concentrate on technology, that is the future, and we must admit that that is the way to go. We must also admit and think of how to train now this older generation, not very old, but those ones who we cannot train, because it's also going to cause so much unemployment in future. So we need to think ahead and see what other skills we can give them, because you've gone to different part of the world, and we've seen even waiters, waitresses now are being we are being served by robots and stuff. So you can imagine the level of unemployment which is come ahead. We've seen machines whereby we did not need drivers to go to any other destination. So there is so much unemployment coming ahead, of which we need to prepare as Africa. As we are concentrating on the technology side, we also think of this other generation who are not versant with technology.
Fantastic. What an excellent way to wrap up this session. Ladies and gentlemen, help me appreciate our panel. Remembering to also give the apologies from Her Excellency, the Ambassador of Pakistan, who could not make it to join us today. So, gentlemen, let's take a quick photo op before I hand it back over to Terry Ann. Excellent, excellent. Terry Ann, just stage is yours then. Yeah. Just use the podium, please.
Hello, everybody. How are you today? So I am Jari Handelberg. I come from Helsinki, Finland, I represent the network of top universities and companies in Africa, Europe, and US. And Asia knows about this initiative we are having at the moment, and it's going to be a crazy thing. Actually, we think so that it's going to be first African major company which is global soon. And it's related to the 5G tech spaces we are taking to the top university campuses in the beginning. Now, University of Nairobi, Kenyatta Technical University, Strathmore here in Kenya, number of other countries as well. And the tech space has a very good internet connectivity, the 5G even more. Also good electricity connections, business connections, and you can work in the three-dimensional world. Sounds crazy, Africa, how it is possible, how you finance it. But actually we have solutions for it. So you can learn and study in the three-dimensional world, and you are a click away to start to work for US or European companies. And this would be the game changer in the sense that you don't need to move your home region, and you can live here, you can earn here, but you can serve global companies. And we expect that this is going to be a super thing already very soon. Now there is going to be climate money provided for the universities to invest for this infra. And then there's going to be quite a lot private money coming from Silicon Valley supporting this service platform. And what I mentioned, it's going to be African venture, but it's going to be based in Palo Alto, Silicon Valley. But just as information for you all, good news from Africa. Thank you.
Fantastic. Partnerships. So gentlemen, let's convene here for our photo op as we wait for instructions from Terian on what next. Terian, you have a token for them? Okay. So a few minutes for the tokens to be organized. So as this is being done, is there anyone in the plenary who may have had a comment about the policy situation, whether in Kenya or in their country? We have probably 1-2 minutes before the tokens are received on stage. Is there anyone with an opinion or a thought? You could get some airtime and let the rest hear you out. In conversation with the professor, I was telling him, $1 billion exit, if the university held onto 15% of that and they had not sold any of that through the 10 years, the university would have gotten $150 million. And I know right now universities or tertiary institutions are struggling with how do they finance internal programs. I think this is a straight line value of how they can start examining and looking at connecting with their students, whether this are PhD level or you're doing your first degree. All these ideas are valid, and if they can create that pipeline, then I think it is only going to be bright futures ahead. So once again, help me appreciate my panel as they leave stage. Terian, over to you.
Thank you, Mbogwa. Let's appreciate our moderator one more time as well for expertly taking us through a really insightful panel discussion, the first one for the day. Let's appreciate Mbogwanje here one more time. All right, and our next session is Plenary 10, Unlocking She-Tech Potential for a Sustainable and Inclusive Tech-Driven Economy in Africa, Driving Social Change, Navigating Challenges, and Cultivating Digital Leadership. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as I had mentioned when we kicked off this morning, we are also marking this year's Girls in ICT Day celebrations, which is marked every year on the 25th of April. And this year's theme is leadership, of course, to underscore the critical need for strong female role models in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics career. And just to set the pace for our next session, I'd like to welcome two young ladies, Romanan Somba, representing Shaheen Nilofer. Romnana, are you here? All right, let's give her a warm round of applause. She will be followed right after by Ann Okello from the Presidential DG Talent Program to share a few remarks, and I'll request them to keep it as short as possible so we can keep within our scheduled time this morning. Let's give her another warm round of applause. Karibu. All right, we do have a slight change in the program there. I'd like to now welcome Ann Okello from the Presidential DG Talent Program. Ann Okello, are you here with us? Please make your way to the stage. All right, let's appreciate Ann Okello as she makes her way to give us some remarks as we mark the Day of the Girl in the ICT sector.
Thank you very much, all protocol observed. Our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Ann Okello, as she has said, and by training, I'd love to state that I'm an electrical and electronic engineer, graduate engineer, and of course, found myself also in the space as a global change maker, leaning towards the SDG 4. And of course, on the sides, I have functioned as an advocate for women in STEM. Currently, I am an intern at the ICT Authority under the Presidential DG Talent Program. And this 8th cohort is seeing me together with 399 others equipped with comprehensive training, coaching, mentorship, and as well as providing a platform in which we can showcase our ICT innovations. And barely 5 months into this program, I have experienced benefits derived from the government's effort towards ICT skill development. And right now, I just want to thank the government of Kenya for having ICT skill development as one of its key pillars towards realization of the Kenya's digital transformation agenda. And today, we are celebrating International Girls in ICT Day. And I would love to make just a few remarks just to commemorate the day. Statistics have it that women generally make up a significantly smaller proportion of ICT workforce, and this is both in the technical roles as well as the leadership roles compared to the men in the same industry. And I hope the panel today is going to shed more light. Globally, women represent approximately 20 to 30% of ICT professionals. And compared to regionally, we have that figure standing at about 10 to 25%. And locally in Kenya, to bring the matter home, women professionals in ICT account for 10 to 30% of the profession. Clearly, we can see that there is a gender divide in the ICT profession, and I thank the government for bringing this session, Connected African Summit, where we will highlight this conversation towards bridging the gender gap. And I want to bring a story home why I feel this issue is so pertinent. Part of a group where we share information, maybe opportunities with like-minded individuals, both coming from men and women who are in the young professions in ICT. And a certain gentleman happened to share opportunities targeting women. Of course, right now, many countries, many organizations and entities are coming into play to help bridge the gap. And there was a comment, these opportunities were targeting young women, and it was a fully funded boot camp and scholarship opportunities for women in tech. However, there was a follow-up question which was very valid at the time, even right now. And the gentleman asked, why do we have a lot of these opportunities just targeted towards young women? And of course, we had a light moment when we were responding to that question, but there was a gentleman that brought out an issue that it led to a lot of contentions in the group. And if I will quote, he responded, "Most STEM courses are made for men. They forced a donkey to the river, and now they are forcing it to drink the water." Clearly, this is a conversation that needs to be urgently heard, and so that we can find solutions and ways in which we can bring all people on board to help us towards onboarding more women and also coaching and mentorship them into the ICT industry. And this can be clearly done in many ways. We have seen mentorship, for instance, in our program. We have seen coaching that also helps us aid to bring more women into the ICT industry. And I'd love to categorically state, when I was responding to that question raised by the gentleman when he stated about donkeys being forced now to take the water, I'd love to state that while you can bring the horse to the water, and you cannot force it to drink. However, I'd love to state that you can put a bit of salt in the hay, and the horse will actually get thirsty and pant for the water in itself. So this is just to say that in as much as we have not yet gotten there, but we have opportunities and we see stakeholders coming on board through policy making, through various trainings targeted towards women. And I want to encourage us and our female consociates to take advantage of these opportunities that are geared towards helping us become leaders in the tech industry. That's it for my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And let's appreciate her one more time for sharing your thoughts. I suppose, as we would all agree, clearly our future is in good hands. I'd like to welcome our second young lady for the day from M-Pesa Foundation Academy, Zainab Fauzi Mohammed. Zainab, please make your way on stage. Let's give her a warm round of applause as she makes her way to the stage.
All protocols observed, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As we gather here today to celebrate the International Girls in ICT Day, my name is Zainab Mohammed from the M-Pesa Foundation Academy. I am filled with both pride and determination. This day is commemorated not only to stress the importance of girls in ICT, but also to celebrate the milestones we have achieved as girls in ICT. Being a student from a school where STEM is valued, I really appreciate that this school not only focuses on boys in STEM, but also enables girls to unleash their potential in what they can do in STEM. Did you know that as the world of technology continues to expand rapidly, the role of women in ICT cannot be underestimated? The first programmer, Augusta Ada, in the world was a woman, but in today's digital age, men are dominating the ICT field, with only 1 out of 5 being a girl. I believe that we are tomorrow's ICT gurus. With my curiosity and quest in coding and programming, I have faith that more girls will be empowered, and together we will break the stereotypes that ICT fields are only meant for men. I'm absolutely sure that with the rise of artificial intelligence and other technological advancements, I'll be the next Ada Lovelace, I'll be the next Marie Curie, I'll be the next Elon Musk. I believe that if every girl in Kenya is granted equal opportunities, they can make equal innovation. On this year's International Girls' Day in ICT, I call each and every one of you to create an environment where girls can unleash their potentials and today's girls become tomorrow's ICT gurus. Let's promote SDG number 5 and let's promote girls in tech. Thank you.
Thank you, Zainab. Let's appreciate her one more time. I'd like to now welcome Honorable Mrs. Leokadi Ndayikaisaba, Minister of ICT in Burundi, to give us the keynote speech for our next plenary discussion. Let's give Honorable Leokadi a warm round of applause as she makes her way onto the stage. All right, I'm informed the Honorable Minister was not able to make it here this morning, so I would like to now call Ambassador Henriette Geiger, the Ambassador of EU to Kenya, to give us the keynote address. Let's give Her Excellency a warm round of applause as she comes to speak with us.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to stand here before you and to discuss today with you. This is the last day of this exciting summit, and I'm honored and happy that we're closing this journey with a full day dedicated to girls and women in ICT, and to reduce the gender digital divide. First of all, let me acknowledge the presence of His Excellency Peter Maddens, the Belgian ambassador, and acknowledge and thank for the tremendous effort the Belgian presidency is making in the EU towards gender equality. Also in the EU, even though we have made incredible progress in the last years and decades, there is a huge gap. We are not so different from other regions. And the gap is not narrowing, it's widening. But more of that when we discuss later. I would also like to thank the authorities, the D4D Hub and Enabel, the Belgian Development Cooperation Agency, for organizing this SheTech Forum. Allow me to remind you that today we are celebrating the International Girls in ICT Day. So let's take this opportunity to discuss together and share best practices on how to accelerate the inclusion of women and girls in the digital transformation and unlock this invaluable potential that still remains largely unexplored. The message is simple. Much more investment in women and girls is needed to close the digital divide. Latest figures tell us that in sub-Saharan Africa, only 40% of women used the internet in 2022, compared to 45% of men. Women are still less likely to follow STEM courses. We just heard from the previous speakers about this, and are underrepresented in the group of people with advanced digital skills. Digitalization is transforming and shaping our societies as a whole, and the trend will accelerate. If women and girls cannot participate in this transformation because they do not have access to the internet, or they do not have the right skill set, we risk undoing the gains we have made on gender equality in the last years. This is very serious. This is a worldwide risk that the gender movement and the equal rights movement is facing at this moment. We have to take this seriously. Digital gap is the one big risk that we are facing at this moment. Investments in digital literacy are therefore much required as early as primary education. So girls are encouraged and equipped to build flourishing careers in the digital age. Investing in women and girls is not only fair, but it is the smart thing to do. If we were to include all women in the digital sphere, low and middle income countries would see an increase about 13 trillion Kenyan shillings or $1 trillion in their GDP. This is a very convincing argument, I think. And when connected, women would add over 40 trillion Kenyan shillings, that is $300 billion, to e-commerce markets in Africa and Southeast Asia by 2030. An incredible number. We have to let that sink in. For many years, gender equality has been at the core of EU's collaboration with Africa, because we are convinced that women are key agents for development and change. The EU has therefore adopted a gender action plan. It's now in its 3rd edition, and this is a very ambitious framework to promote gender equality and women's empowerment through all the external action the EU is taking worldwide. What is special about this gender action plan called GAP is that it's mandatory. So it's committing the EU and its member states to make a compulsory contribution to gender equality and women empowerment. Concretely, 85% of the EU and its member states' development budget has to work towards gender equality. And 5% of our entire portfolio has to be dedicated exclusively to gender equality. And since it is mandatory, every EU institution, every delegation, every member state has to report on the compliance with these numbers. If that is not an instrument that is delivering results, I don't know what it is. So due to that, we made very good progress. But we also, we are working very much with all our instruments here in Kenya and worldwide, and one of which is the Global Gateway. So digitalizing and gender equality are at the center of the EU's Global Gateway strategy, which the EU is offering to partner countries to accelerate sustainable investment in the green and digital transitions. The EU's Global Gateway is promoting a human-centric and inclusive approach to digitalization, prioritizing equal access and participation of women and girls in shaping the digital landscape, from developing policy frameworks to infrastructure, from the development of skills to financial access. As part of our approach in Kenya, we are working together with UNICEF to connect primary schools in underserved areas to the internet and invest in digital literacy for boys and girls early on. The ambitious targets we set for the EU's Global Gateway can only be met by working in a collaborative spirit. The EU's Digital for Development Hub facilitates these types of partnerships. It is a strategic multi-stakeholder platform that fosters digital cooperation between Team Europe and partners from Africa, Asia, and other regions. Through its gender working group, the D4D Hub prioritizes women and girls in our digital work. Specific focus is on skill development and digital media literacy, so women and girls can take up leadership positions and stay safe online in a space increasingly marked by online gender-based violence. This is a much underreported and unseen phenomenon, but online gender-based violence has been on the increase in an incredible way, and nobody sees it and nobody talks about it. I think we should also discuss that today. Finally, I cannot stress enough the importance of our collective discussions today. I'm glad to see so many women, but also men represented, demonstrating that you understood the significance of this issue for the digital transition. And I would like to encourage all of you to move beyond discussions. Discussions are great for awareness raising, but if they're not followed by actions, we have not gained much. So please let us join together to transform what we learned today and the resolves we take today back home into our respective workspaces, and together close the digital divide in Africa and around the world. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. I would like to now welcome our moderator for this plenary session, which will focus on unlocking she-tech potential for a sustainable and inclusive tech-driven economy in Africa, driving social change, navigating challenges, and cultivating digital leadership. Our moderator for this panel discussion will be Fiona Asonga, the Chief Executive Officer of the Technology Service Providers of Kenya, TESPOC. Let's give Madame Asonga a warm round of applause as she makes her way to the stage.
Good morning, everybody. So we have come to our usual conversation, Every Connected, for the last so many years, we gather to discuss about tech and the girl child, tech and the woman. And today just happens to fall on the day of the International Day for Girls in ICT. And so we are going to tell the story of the journey we've had and what it has been like and what our expectations are as women moving forward. And to share in telling this story, I'd like to invite the panelists. Sorry, the program has changed a bit. So there are some changes, there's been moving pieces. And so our panelists for today, we start with Dr. Bula Chirume, Principal Secretary or Permanent Secretary, PS, Zimbabwe. If you're here, kindly make your way forward. I've got Romana already here from UNICEF. Thanks, Romana. I'd like to invite as well Madam Ida Nganga from UNESCO, UN Women, handling a lot of things and projects for women globally. I'd also like to invite Annette Mutuku, Director, ICT Authority. Please step forward. Senator Miraj Abdullahi from Kenyan National Senate, if you're here, kindly join us. Okay, Madam Senator seems not to be here. Is she here? Okay. I'll ask the ICT Authority team to check for me if the Senator is, okay, she's not here. And, okay, I think I'm going to now pull in a few other people to add flavor to this conversation. Ambassador Henriette, kindly come and join us on the panel. Let us have a conversation about what you've just shared with us. Senator Karibu Sana. Thank you, ladies. As you can see, we are ladies from a wide range of ages, experiences, expertise. So we want to share the story of leadership, the story of technology, how the women can use and harness technology to their benefit, how technology can help us be better leaders, and how we can inspire others moving forward. So to get us started, I will throw my first question to, I'll start off with Ida. How can women be included in decision-making processes within the tech industry in Africa?
Okay, thank you very much, Fiona. First of all, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Ida Nganga, and I'm the president of the Women in STEM Leaders Network, as well as senior advisor for UNESCO Emerging Technologies, the chair that handles emerging technologies, which are the AI, the IoT, and others. Fiona, you have started with a very good question. And because the inclusion into decision-making processes has been usually the beginning of the bigger problem. Because there's no way you can say that women are not getting into the tech or the STEM sector when the leadership itself is not representative. So this is where we look at leadership being very key. I'm actually very excited. I'm looking at the beautiful ladies here, and of course, even including, I'm saying beautiful because, well, it's a fact, but I know the brains are bigger, and that is even a plus. So seeing this and seeing the representation, I can see the representation is across different, probably demographics, as well as ethnicity, as well as age. It just reminds me that we should have been doing this from a very long time ago. We should have been coming together and having the conversation as one. But for us to have it today, for me, is a great thing. Because whenever we start pushing a conversation, not as one entity, but looking at cooperation and collaboration being at the very center of it, then we stop looking at individuality and we start looking at the impact and the purpose. And this is something which I would like us to, I'm very excited to see. I can see the energy. I could see that energy from the very beginning. And this is what, for me, is exciting about today. I won't talk a lot. I want my fellow ladies to speak, and I will contribute later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ida. I'll move on to Madam Senator. As a woman leader, I have a question for you in terms of, do you think that women in leadership is a way in which we can drive social change, especially when it comes to tech, women in leadership in tech?
Thank you so much. My name's Miraj Abdullahi, nominated senator from the ruling party, and I happen to be the vice chair of the Senate ICT committee. Na nafurahi sana kuwa hapa. Yes, it is true that women in leadership can amplify economic impact into the society because we reinvest in our families and amplify positive societal impacts by design that when we sit in platform like this, we show the world that we have the voice, because for far so long since the Beijing talks, we were talking of women having a seat on the round tables that make decisions on behalf of countries. So the fact that we women have a chance to sit on these tables shows a goodwill in the political sector in our country, that we as the few in the tables can communicate and amplify the so many big chances that our government has given us. For example, me sitting in the ICT committee and pushing for research and data from the women at the society level, from the grassroots, so that we get to know what challenges they face each and every time. We spoke much about the mama mbogas, and when we integrate, when you look at the 4 pillars of the bottom-up economy, our manifesto of the president is that we want to connect the interior parts of our country with a fiber connection. This means that the mama mboga in the market can easily sell their products without sending them to the urban areas. This means that if we have a good e-commerce infrastructure, that we have faith in that the products that we post in our social medias from the markets are going to be delivered in the urban areas through a well-structured infrastructure through the e-commerce. Then that means we have a voice in the round tables that we sit at. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Senator. That's quite an interesting response. Takes us back many years when the Beijing Women's Conference happened. I think some of us were still in primary school. And all of a sudden, the world started changing and women became so vocal, and we felt, oh, okay, so that's what opened the doors. It's a nice way to just connect the dots and reflect back and look at the journey that we've had. And moving on to the next question, which is going to go to Romana. What do you think should be the policy initiatives that governments put in place to foster gender equality and diversity in the Africa tech space? And while you're trying to fix the mic, I'll add on, you can also share with us issues of access to funding and skills resourcing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fiona. As mentioned, my name is Romana Somba. I work with UNICEF Kenya, focusing in education and supporting skilling of girls and young women. So very good conversations happening here today, and particularly on this day, on the International Girls in ICT. And from where we sit regarding these conversations, as we talk about the different speakers before me have mentioned, the gender digital divide that's going on both globally. Our EU representative has mentioned that it's not only in sub-Saharan Africa, even in European countries, some of these, the gender digital divide is happening. And we look at some of the causes or barriers or why this is happening. One key factor that comes up is usually the gender stereotypes that happen along. And when we talk about women and leadership in the technology and the ICT industry, we start from the basics, the girls. We need to be able to support girls at an early age, starting from pre-primary, primary, all the way, so that we can talk about their access to the STEM-related careers. So at this point, looking at policies and initiatives that support the uptake, the interest, the building of the capacity and just exciting opportunities for the girls at an early age, for them to even be interested in enrolling into the tertiary universities, even, for example, looking at the Kenyan context, secondary school selection of subjects. You find in most public schools in secondary level, very few girls enroll into the science subjects. So when at the end of it, you're talking about women in tech and industry, they were not either supported with role models where they can see the opportunities or the possibilities that lay across them. And with this 21st century, looking at the advancements in technology, most of the future careers are in technology. They are in STEM related. So if they miss it out, then it means that we are talking about economics in the future where women are left out in some of the most high-paying jobs or opportunities that will come across them. So looking at education as a foundation, where we support policies and initiatives at that early age, where we are skilling the young people, promoting, offering mentorship and coaching. So many girls here have mentioned how that has been supporting, and just having role models, women in leadership position, supporting these initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Romana, because it brings me to the next speaker. You know, when we talk about women and mentorship and STEM, does it got something to do with also what media portrays out there? In terms of, do we get sufficient platforms for women to be seen, to be visible, to encourage and to mentor others? For when girl, a woman who's successful, she's driven to be like that woman. How many of those inspiring women are there on our media platforms? How does the media tend to present the woman leader? In our African countries, for starters, a woman is not supposed to be vocal. So the minute a woman becomes very vocal and very expressive, they say she's rude. We don't want our daughters like her. The women who are in politics have to be very aggressive. They have to always put themselves out there. But again, when we come to our houses, we say, no, we don't want our daughters like that particular woman leader. We forget to portray the woman as an individual with interest, fighting for the rights of others and being a trailblazer at the forefront. When you go through media platforms, social media, broadcasting, how many women leaders are being interviewed in news stations, are talking about their career, are talking about STEM? And I want to ask that question to Annette Mutuku, because she is a PR and communications expert. And probably from your background, what do you think needs to be done? Or what are we not doing to get right in the media so that the girls who need inspiration for STEM can see role models? UNICEF has identified we don't seem to be having enough role models out there. They are there. I meet them all the time, but why are we not visible?
Thank you so much, Fiona. It's a very interesting question. And before I answer it, I just want to say something. And I'm looking at everyone, not just you, that God took time to create a woman, and women are created very uniquely. And I tend to feel like God put all his brilliance and genius in women. And the reason why I say that is because we were given an ability that was not given to anyone else or any other creature, the ability to create life and to incubate life. And women have the capability to give the same life to everything they touch. If you put women in leadership, if you put women in an organization, and there are statistics showing that those organizations would thrive. We have the Honorable Senator here can tell you, and other leaders. But the sad thing is that because of the wrong societal orientation, you've talked about Fiona, and Anne Okello talked about that when she gave the story about the donkey being taken to water, which is very annoying, by the way. Because of the wrong societal orientation, and especially in Africa, we grow up not being aware of that genius that God put in us. We grow up not knowing how wonderful and amazing we are as women. And that has brought a bigger problem. And because of that orientation, most women, majority of women suffer from imposter syndrome. You see very educated women who are very qualified, but they are second-guessing themselves. And I'll give you an example. If you had missed panelists and you called a man, they would come even if they don't know what they are going to talk about. But a woman would start thinking, okay, I didn't prepare, you didn't send me the questions. And for me, I want to say that before I come and say what others they can do. As women, we really need to appreciate ourselves and be confident in what we have to give. So that even by the time the media are giving us the platform, and by the way, they don't need to give us the platform, we can create, thanks to digital, we can create platforms for ourselves. So that's what I really wanted to say first, that women, we are our own enemies. We listen to the voices that tell us what we are not and what we cannot become, instead of listening to what we know we are, and we've already invested a lot in ourselves. Having said that, in terms of the platforms that are available, our media industry is totally different because not just women, sometimes they are looking for more political-oriented stories. Sorry, media friends, to say that. And they may not come to us. But what I want to challenge women, even before we look for the opportunities, do we have substance to share on those media houses? Because what I know is that if you have something substantial, if you have quality, something to say, as a leader, there should be a platform. And thanks to digital platforms that even if I don't appear on CNBC or CNN, I can put my content out there and promote it, and people will get to hear about that. So I think if we cannot be interviewed by the likes of Terian and the others, what platforms can we put there? Can we do the work that we are doing, having in mind that we can create platforms for ourselves to put out our stories out there? I've seen very amazing women that are not even on social media, yet they are waiting for the BBCs to come and interview them. I don't need a BBC. If you have your LinkedIn profile or your social media, you can share whatever you want to share there. So because of that creative innate power in us, can we also create platforms where we come and share what we have? And then that, not to say that media also should give an opportunity to women. But again, it goes back to the numbers, because right now, like in Africa, I think when it comes to the tech startups, I think there's only like 15% of them, less than 15% are women-led. Actually, less than 10% are women-led, the tech startups in Africa. So I guess when they are calling for people to interview, they might end up, the probability is that they'll end up picking a male leader. And then now there's going to be a place for policies, again, speaking from the other side of government, to support that. Thank you.
That's very interesting, Annette, because it makes me think of IDA and what you do, mentoring women in STEM. What has been your experience? Because you're doing this at the global level. When you compare Africa and other parts of the world, where is it easier to push the STEM trolley?
Thank you. Thank you so much, my sister. That's okay. Actually, you're pushing me to a point where I'm going to be very candid about this conversation. And you know I can be very fiery.
I think the room is ready for it.
Okay. Unfortunately, Fiona, I didn't get the greatest support in my country. I can tell you that for a fact. I have spoken on very many global stages. I'll be speaking on the World AI Summit in Amsterdam in the coming months. I've spoken at World Bank forums, I've moderated sessions, I've spoken in Bordeaux in France. I've been invited by the government of Korea, South Korea, to speak. But in my own country, as I said, I'm going to be very candid, and it's just an opportunity for us to do something about it. In my own country, I did not get a lot of support. And the reason
we are supporting you.
Yes, you're supporting me. But what I like about Kenya is the startup innovation. I cannot lie. It is vibrant, and it is really making waves in that space globally. And people are talking about these startups, and these startups are being grown from the ground up. So if that is where the young people, whether you're a man or a woman, if that's where you're going to try out your idea, the more support that comes this way, the better. But the problem is, I would just like to encourage when people get into leadership, they seem to find that, and I'm talking a lot about the STEM space,
yes.
Because I'm not a politician.
True.
I can't talk about politics. I don't know much about it. But what I know is that support in terms of policy makes a big difference to us people who are working.
Yes.
So what I would just like to ask, once you get into a leadership position, it doesn't matter whether you're a man or a woman, you need to create space for women leaders to come in. It's not going to take anything away from you. It will not make you a lesser person. In fact, if anything, it will make you a statesman, someone who has built and paved the road for change. So this is what we are encouraging. If you're a politician, no problem. We can work with you. Just make some policies and space for us as women leaders to step and support you. Once we do that, then you will see how you will go down in history. And this is what we are encouraging right now. I can see women leaders are here on the panel, but they're not talking about the kind of hardships that they find and the teammates who do not support them. So we have to fight. Why do I have to go to Europe to be accepted as a woman leader when I could have been a woman leader in my own country, in the STEM space? Okay? So I don't want to rock the boat, because there's space for that, I think, elsewhere. Fiona, forgive me.
Yes, yes.
But we need to approach this very seriously. Let's not just talk about it in a summit, a few topics. Let's sit down together and see what change we can do. You'll see what women can do when they come together. Thank you. And with the support of our senior brothers and, of course, sisters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ida. That brings me to Harriet. Speaking on behalf of governments, what do you think governments should pay attention to when it comes to bridging this gender divide within the STEM space, and particularly ICT, And when we look at it in terms of, it's not just in terms of skills, but in terms of also funding for entrepreneurship. Ida has just mentioned about the startup environment and how it's equal for everybody. Then what happens? It's like it gets to a certain point and the girls just fizzle off and the boys startup keep growing. Do we need to do something with our governments?
Well, thank you for the question. I think governments can create an enabling framework, but the real work has to be done by society. And this starts in the family. Is the mother a role model? Is she a role model, an empowered woman? Is she giving the right messages to the girl? Is she treating the boy child and the girl child in the exact same way? That's where it all starts. That's where it starts. Now, the government comes in when it comes to education. And of course, the whole education system needs to be digitized and modernized. And this is a huge potential to also equalize education. So all children, no matter where they sit in the country, have equal access to education. And many girls are not being sent to school because they're too far away from the school and the parents think it's too dangerous to let them walk. So, or the whole idea of early marriage, teenage pregnancy, that keeps the girls from attending school. So this is a complex issue that the government needs to grapple with that is very much linked with societal values. So you cannot make change over time. But Kenya has the advantage of having a very young population. So if you make the changes in the school system, even before already, then within a few years, you have empowered girls. You have empowered girls, and that's the only thing you need. Girl education is the most important tool that you can have in development. Once they're educated, they take up the space themselves. You don't need to push them. And it's true that STEM around the world, girls are still underrepresented. But I think it has a lot to do with societal values that are being transmitted in overt or not so overt messaging to the girls. This needs change. But the first step is that the government creates the enabling environment, and that means also gender-aware budgeting, because if you only put in policies in place without looking at the gender dimension, it's already, by definition, disadvantaging the women. So from the beginning, every policy, no matter what it is, but especially education, needs to be gender sensitive to make sure that the girl and the women are not disadvantaged from the start. And you talked about other areas in the government space like job creation and others. What is very important is that this gender lens is going through all the policies, because at the moment in Kenya and in other countries, we have a gender discrimination in access to land, access to credit, and so on. What we have to avoid at all costs is that discrimination is now being translated in the new digital space. So there we have the chance to make a real break and start at equal footing. But as I said before, only putting digital connections and giving computer access and laptops to schools is not sufficient. And government blamed for everything that happens in the country. It's an all-society development. And I just want to say, because some of you mentioned Beijing, my colleagues who have been participating from the start in this process said that, sadly enough, we're going backwards instead of forward. So we have to collectively make sure that with this great digital empowerment tool, that this one is our instrument and is not contributing to widening even the gap, because there is the risk that we lose everything. If women are not taking it up, they're losing, because all here in Kenya, all government services will be digitized. How would you get government services if you're not fully digital in the digital space? So this is something that we are also raising with the government. How do you make sure that every citizen still has equal access to the services, even if they don't have access to digital tools? So big questions, but I will stop here. Thank you.
No, interesting questions to think about and to reflect on, and with therein lies a number of interventions that we can pick on as a country and run with. And it just reminds me to take a deeper look at our African ecosystem. We have communities on this continent where, as a woman, I'm not allowed to have a phone. And some of those are communities in this country. So if I want to have a phone, my husband has to give me permission to have a phone. If I want to make a call, I have to use my husband's phone to call anybody I need to talk to. It means then, even if my husband has a smartphone, I do not have the luxury of just downloading the apps I want and chatting and Googling and doing all these things the way I would like to, because at the family level, there is a constraint that is cultural, that needs a lot more conscious effort to educate and create awareness on. And so, on that, I just want to ask policymaker, on behalf of the policymakers of the region, how do we address issues of cultural change to be able to drive adoption of technology? Because Kenya is going digital, but are the communities ready to adapt the digital platforms that government is rolling out?
Thank you so much once again. And as my sister here was talking, I was reflecting on the book by the former First Lady of the US, Madam Michelle Obama, where she wrote about what we carry as women. The journey when she wrote the book, Becoming, and the doubts she had. So she went to the former president and she was like, what am I doing? So this is the situation that most of us get to see ourselves in. And I want to agree with my sister here that with as much as I talked about Beijing, I think the only problem we have right now is that we have so many empowered women that the founders or the ones who are there before us, the senior ones, they have become old guards that they don't want to give the baton to the next generation. That is the only problem that maybe we have. And as I say this, it is because we've seen so many advancements in every sector, not only the political, the technology, because it is evident that Africa sends a lot of its human labor to other continents because of its credibility, its masterness of the English lingua, and even the innovations that they have. So many of us are being taken to the other continents to work. So it is, I say it is rather humorous to say that women in Africa still have to get permission from their husband. I don't know which research or from which data this comes from. What I think is that we only have some of the opposite gender who still can't believe that women were made in such a honorable way that they can multitask and they can deliver whatever come may to them. For example, she said if we can call a young woman here and give her a question, she will definitely answer it to the best knowledge she knows, which is the right way, because we women are made in such an innovation way. And when I say this, I want to say that we have tried our best when the National Assembly is doing the policies on, especially the Finance Act, that we have gender responsive budgeting. We also think that if we elevate our people, our women, from poverty, then we will have made the biggest thing. In the Senate, I have passed a legislation on care and protection of young parents. This means that the young girls who are who are defiled or are still in schools have a second chance to go back to school, because we see we in Africa are living in a cycle of poverty, not because we cannot take our families or ourselves from poverty, but we are judged for the bad things that happen to us. So with that legislation, that bill, I feel that giving a second chance to a woman, because I'm a believer of empowering a woman is empowering the society. If we can give a second chance to the many young ladies who were defiled while in school, because we believe in our legislations that a girl under 18 years cannot make decisions about her sex, reproduction, and everything. So these girls were taken advantage of, so they need us to help them get that second chance, because the only equalizer we have in this world is education. So giving them an education is giving them the first stepping stone in them achieving everything that they would love to achieve in this world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, we come to the end, unfortunately, the end of a very interesting and vibrant conversation. The data was shared happens to come from Women in Management Association of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. So it's research that they've collected. And just to close, I'd like to give food for thought. Thank you so much, panelists. And we close with the food for thought. In 2022, McKinsey undertook a study in which they said by the year 2025, moving on to 2028, 70% of the economic decisions of the world will be made by women, which means there is a lot that is happening where women are involved in economic activity. And yes, we are making positive strides. They may not be very visible. There is still a lot of work. UNICEF, UNESCO, Annette in the PR space, Madam Senator in the policy front, and Ambassador Henriette, thank you for your discussion and input. We have a lot of work ahead of us. We are able to identify areas for policy intervention that need to be encouraged, and TESPOC being a policy-making body, we are definitely seeing things that we need to run with. And we will continue to support women in STEM, and we will continue to work with the girl child and to make sure that we are empowering them with the digital skills that they require. And with that, I'd like you to just appreciate the panelists, and I'm told we need to stand up for a photo session, and I hand over the session to Terian. Thank you so much, Terian.
Let's appreciate the distinguished panelists one more time. That was quite an insightful session. I'm sure you will agree with me. And of course, we celebrate what each and every one of you is doing to enhance or accelerate leadership for girls within the STEM and ICT sectors. I'd like to request you to stay on stage for just a second. We've got some tokens of appreciation. I'd like to welcome all the female members of the board of the ICT Authority to come forward. The female members of the board of the ICT Authority, please come forward. I'd also like to welcome the company secretary. Please come and join us on stage so we can give a token of appreciation to our panelists this morning. And I guess just a quick one, Annette and Ida. You did put us a little bit on the spot there as a media. I would like to confirm CNBC Africa is set up, and we'd like to grab a quick interview with Ida, yourself, and Senator Abdullahi. All right, let's appreciate our panel one more time. Thank you so much for sharing your insights. You may now take your seats. And as they do that, I would like to welcome up on stage just to give a wrap-up keynote to the Plenary 10 Unlocking She-Tech Potential for a Sustainable and Inclusive Tech-Driven Economy in Africa. I would like to now welcome His Excellency Peter Maddens, the Ambassador of Belgium to Kenya. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Good morning. Is it? Yes, still morning. Looking at the panel earlier, I felt a bit of a divide, but I can assure you, in my heart and in my head, there is none. I want to thank the conference for inviting me and for organizing today's event and for inviting me to speak. I don't think there's anything more important than attacking divides, whether they're gender or digital or poverty or environmental. You know, in this room, probably more than in any other, it's stating the obvious to say that people without access to the internet and other forms of ICT are at a socio-economic disadvantage. It makes them less able to find and apply for jobs, to shop, to learn. The digital divide is even stronger, is even greater in rural areas, but it exists also across income, gender, and age groups, and new deep divides that have emerged for vulnerable groups. When women and girls face obstacles in benefiting from digital opportunities, expensive access to ICT services, financial limitations preventing device ownership, lack of technological or digital skills, or even feelings of insecurity and safety online, it impedes their capacity to flourish and sometimes even to participate in our swiftly digitizing world. Every young girl and woman deserves an equitable chance. The gender gap need not be an unavoidable truth. And digital empowerment, meaning access, affordability, and skills, can significantly contribute to closing it on a global scale. Was that to happen? What has to happen is the creation of an enabling policy environment. Education must be reformed to accommodate the surge in digital skills and include women and girls and other vulnerable groups in their thinking and design of policies. The private sector needs to invest in the development of infrastructure, solutions, and skills development. ICT tools need to be developed and created by diverse, gender-balanced teams to ensure a truly connected world. Women and girls know what tools they need to excel in their private and professional lives. They need to thrive in the world of ICT to create their own future. Many amazing ICT tools were invented by women. Everybody knows about the American women who calculated the trajectories for the first space flights. But there was also Professor Ingrid Dubochy, a Belgian professor who taught us how to save photo images as JPEG. There's Hilda Mora, the Kenyan CEO who founded Pezesha, digital financial enabler that empowers underserved SMEs in Africa by connecting them with affordable access to financial services. And there's Gina Abbas, who founded Lami InsurTech to democratize and digitize insurance products, first in Kenya and then across Africa. As Ambassador Geiger, and thanks by the way for the very kind words, colleague, said, as part of our presidency of the Council of the European Union, Belgium is launching a pioneering democratic initiative closely linked to the digital divide, a gender-balanced citizens panel on artificial intelligence. This initiative underlines our country's commitment to an inclusive and participatory approach towards the formulation of European policies. We look forward to their conclusions, which will be presented at the end of May, and to share their vision with you all. Belgium puts women's rights at the forefront of our policies and objectives and projects. The realization of gender equality and the rights of women and girls are a priority, including the equal participation of women in all sectors of society, especially ICT. Partnerships with African partner countries in the digitalization for development agenda is of utmost importance, especially with a view to finding solutions that address specific socioeconomic challenges faced by communities. Digital transformation is a journey which started with technological innovation, digitalization, market liberalization since the dawn of the mobile and the internet. The role ICT plays in our modern societies and economies has only increased over time. New and emerging technologies continually reshape the landscape of digital skills, emphasizing the importance of lifelong learning and adaptability. Digital technologies are creating millions of jobs, requiring people to learn new skills. The window is open for individuals to add skills and IT certification to their resume, to pick the best ICT jobs. But for that, each person needs to have access to the material, to the equipment, and to the software, and to the skills to use these new technologies. That includes girls. They must have access to the education and to STEM. And for that, we must all play our part. The public sector, the private sector, academia, civil society, and individuals. And isn't that precisely the purpose of a conference like this one? Thank you very much.
We'd like to give a token of appreciation to His Excellency the Ambassador. I'd like to welcome up our Chairman, ICT Authority, to hand over our token of appreciation. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Your Excellency, Ambassador Maddens. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a short break now. I am made aware that the Deputy President is on his way. All right, such moving parts this morning, so you will bear with me. We are not taking a break, so I'm terribly sorry that you will not have your Kenyan cup of coffee or tea in just a moment, but we will be moving on to a different session. Which is the 2024 Innovation Awards, which happens every year at the Connected Summit. The Connected ICT Innovation Awards celebrates Kenyan entrepreneurs that have launched new ICT products and services. As I mentioned before, it is an annual celebration. The inaugural awards were held in 2011 at the Connected Kenya Summit. The award has since recognized more than 63 new ICT products and solutions. As you can tell, since Connected has since grown from Connected Kenya to Connected Africa, this year's CAS 2024 Innovation Awards also covers the continent. I would like to now welcome the judges to come and quickly join me on stage. We'd like to keep this session as short as possible. We'll have eight innovators who will be pitching for 3 minutes each, and thereafter the judges will be deliberating, and later on this evening at the gala cocktail, the winner of the CAS 2024 Innovation Awards will be announced. I would like to now welcome Judge Susan Wanjiko Wanjiru, Digital Ecosystem Advisor at the Digital Transformation Center Kenya. That's DTC, Tech, Entrepreneurship, and Make IT in Africa. Judge Susan, please come and join me on stage. Let's give her a warm round of applause as she makes her way on stage. Tala Ndiaye, Director Digital Transformation Data Pop Alliance from Senegal. Let's give her a warm round of applause. Mary Kerema, ICT Secretary, Ministry of Information, Communication and Digital Economy in Kenya. Let's give them a warm round of applause, and as they make their way, I'd like our innovators to take position. Agritech, Vunapay, Creatives, Uamuzi from Tech Trade and Logistics, Ticket Safari from Tanzania, EdTech, Mzizi from the FinTech side, SnapPay on the green technology side, ACL Dimensions from Zambia, Health Tech, Signverse, and from Smart Cities, E-Bikes Africa. Please take position. Our 8 innovators, I hope you are on standby. We will be calling you, and we would expect you to come up quite quickly as we kick off. I'd like to invite Mary Kerema. Please come and just give us a few thoughts on your expectations from the innovators today.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yes, let's cheer up. Yeah, this is a chance that we are giving to our young generation to pitch their innovations. We have noticed in the 3 days that we've been here that Africa will move forward if we support innovation. So therefore, today we are giving a chance for the 8 innovators to showcase what they have done. So we're going to look at their innovativeness around their solutions. We're also going to look at the impact that these innovations are going to give. We are going to look at the scalability. How is it going to benefit the whole of Africa? Is it scalable? Is it only domiciled in the country that they have innovated in? We are looking at the uniqueness, and we are looking at the growth. What is the workforce? Is it a one-man show, or it's going to improve and also provide jobs for the other young generation? So I want to invite all of us that we may appreciate the innovators, and you help us to do the judging. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mary. We're now ready for the pitching session. I'd like to welcome the representative from Vunapay, who will be doing the first pitch. Let's give him or her a one round of applause as she makes her way on stage.
My name is Judy Njogu Mokaya. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Vunapay. At Vunapay, we provide instant payment to smallholder farmers when they take their produce to agricultural cooperatives. Agriculture in Africa is huge. It actually makes up about 30% of our GDP. Interestingly, about 80% of that is grown by smallholder farmers. However, when you speak to the United Nations and others, these same smallholder farmers are who are referred to as the bottom feeders, living on $1 or $2 a day. When we investigated that paradox, we discovered that many of these smallholder farmers, when they take their produce to the agri-cooperative, they actually have to wait for the cooperative to process and sell the produce. And by the time the cooperative is able to pay them, it's 3, 6, or even 12 months. But we are looking for people that are interested in financing these smallholder farmers. We already have some partnerships with some tier 1 banks and even with the government, and are looking for more people to work with us to ensure that our farmers get paid immediately for their produce. Connected Africa is the perfect forum for anyone that wants to do anything in tech in Africa. So I feel very honored and privileged to get an opportunity to speak and interact with other people from across Africa that are looking to make positive impact to our people. Yeah, thank you very much. As you've heard, we work with smallholder farmers that actually produce 80% of the food we have in Africa. Therefore, by digitizing these agricultural cooperatives, and ensuring that financiers are able to reach these smallholder farmers to pay them instantly when they deliver their produce to the cooperative, we believe it will motivate the smallholder enough, and that way we will be able to feed the world. Currently, the age of farmers in Kenya, and really across Africa, is about 60 years old. And yet we know that the average age of the Kenyan is 19 or 20 years old. By paying these smallholder farmers instantly, we will motivate the youth to go into agriculture, which will make sure that what we call the backbone of our agriculture will be sustained. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and all the very best. I'd like now to welcome a representative from Uamuzi.
My name is Elvis Itati, and I'm the founder and CEO for Muzi. So Uamuzi is a social networking platform that's giving the youth an equal opportunity for them to be part of decision-making process at every level of governance. We are a 21st century generation where technology is at the core of everything that we do. But it's very unfortunate that we use the 20th century methods of public participation where we have to meet in person for us to be able to deliberate on issues that are affecting us. Because of this, not many people get the opportunity to attend such forums. And that's why we decided to come up with a digital tool, a platform that will give the young people an equal opportunity for them to have a meaningful engagement amongst themselves and with the elected leaders at their convenience. 2, they can be able to access verified and credible information on time. And 3, they can freely express their thoughts, their ideas, and their concerns. Currently, with all the social platforms that are there in the world, it's very unfortunate that we have no social platform that has taken over the world from Africa. So with Uamuzi, we plan to make it the first platform to be able to take up the global scene originating from Africa. I hope to connect with other like-minded stakeholders in the tech space. I hope to learn a lot and just to see how we can be able to leverage on the potential partners who will be there, who can be able to come in to support our platform. Thank you so much. So before I start, by show of hands, how many people have been able to participate in any public participation forum? Quite a few. So the reason why many people don't get to participate in such forums is because of barriers such as distance, time, age, gender, disability, political party affiliation, culture, among other problems. 2, these forums, the conversation are not well managed. Those who get to participate in such forums, whenever they go back to their homes and they share this information, the information gets distorted as it moves from one person to the other. And at the same time, we have people who are shy, people who cannot freely express their ideas and thoughts in front of people. And that's why we decided to come up with a digital tool called Uamuzi. Uamuzi is a Swahili word that translates to decision in English. What makes our platform unique is, currently we have all these social platforms in the world. We appreciate that they have turned the world into a global village. But these platforms, they mostly focus on communication between friends, families, and colleagues. 2, they focus on entertainment and fun. But with Uamuzi, we have brought, it is tailor-made for the youth to be able to have active engagement, and at the same time, it's a direct platform where they can be able to engage with the policy makers. What make our partners? Currently, the platform is being supported by Microsoft through their Startup Founders Hub. So it has been easy for us to access their development tools, access to their engineers who've helped us to develop the platform. And at the same time, whenever they have meetings and pitching competitions, they normally invite us to take part in the opportunities. As I conclude, Uamuzi is a disruptive technology. Right now, when we talk about public participation, we have to meet in person using the physical aspect of it. But now with the digital tools, then it will be easy for us to be able to bring every single person's idea into the decision-making table. 2, we are planning to do a pilot here in Kenya. Then after that, we'll be able to upscale it to other African countries and even beyond Africa. Africa is made up of a youthful population with a very young democracy. And I believe this is the best platform that can be able to shape our continent going forward. Also, right now in the world, we are transitioning from traditional media to the new age media. And I believe as Africa, we cannot be left behind. Uamuzi has been, it's made by Kenyans for Kenyans, Africans, and the world to be able to make more informed decision making. Thank you so much. Uamuzi ni wako.
All right, thank you. I'd like to request the judges to one.
Yes. Could you please tell us about the constitution of your team?
Okay. Thank you so much. So with our team, we have our advisory board, which oversee the running of the organization, Uamuzi Foundation, and we also have our management team that now runs the day-to-day operation. Our management team is made up of the tech team, we have a legal team, a marketing and communication team, and yes, basically that's it.
All right, thank you. You may take your seat. We wish you all the very best.
Thank you so much.
I'd like to now welcome a representative from Ticket Safari Tanzania, which is in the trade and logistics space. Let's give them a warm round as they come on stage.
My name is Solomon Samuel Gunda. I'm here today to present you about my startup called Ticket Safari. Ticket Safari is a service that will offer convenience bus booking for bus, train, boat, as well as flights. What's unique about my innovation is that it will combine all of these modes of transportation in one platform. It will use mobile money agents. It will use affiliate or referral marketing strategy. It will be able to expand very quickly. Since the theme of this event is about shaping the future by connecting Africa, all I want to say is that we need to embark on this journey together with Ticket Safari as our vehicle to create a future where connectivity knows no bound.
My name is Solomon. I'm from Tanzania. So basically, Ticket Safari, the way I envision it is to impact the whole of Africa, millions of Africans. In three ways exactly. First of all, I want to make ticket booking convenience for all, not just for high-income individuals, but also for low and middle-income people. And secondly, I want to make people earn money by sharing the links and the service to other people so they can be able to get some kind of income from the service. And also, it will open new opportunities to a lot of Africans because you can be able to travel to different countries and explore different opportunities. Like, for example, me, I'm from Tanzania. If it was easier for people to come here, they will be able to come here and get new opportunities from different countries in Africa. What's unique about my innovation is that it will combine all modes of transportation in one platform. And the scalability for this service is actually big because I'll use mobile money agents for access, like Safaricom here is quite big, and even in most of the countries like Tanzania, they have M-Pesa and other services. And also, I'll make it the mobile money in terms of paying. So many people use cards and all of that, but mobile money is big because you can actually pay by using your phone. So you can use the agent, and also you can use the phone for payment. As I said, another thing is affiliate or referral system, so you can share. So that is also part of scalability as well. So someone can refer the links to someone else, and they can be able to get payment as a commission when they actually make the payment for the tickets. The last thing I want to talk to you about is about affordability. So basically, I'm using technology to leverage to save cost. So it will be cheap for users to access the technology. You can use my app, which is the main platform. You can use website. You can use a WhatsApp chatbot, which will actually make you book the ticket directly. And you can also use a USSD function to actually book the tickets. Another part, which is I think is also important, in terms of like affordable operation, because it's technology, I can be able to focus aggressively on marketing and as well as just to make sure everyone knows about it, like the same way as Booking.com and other services are doing. They just focus on marketing because the other operation is automated. And I'll be able to get like the licenses and agreements for contract for different providers from different countries. So if I just get one agreement, the cost will be fixed. I'll be able to do operation and just focus on marketing to expand the business. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Judges?
Maybe a question to you. What is your plan in terms of bringing all the stakeholders together to buy in and use your solution? Because you've said you're integrating all modes of transport. How do you plan to do that? And also on the issue of cross-border?
Yes, exactly. I'll start with the issue of cross-border. The main part of my service is payment. So with mobile money transaction, you can use payment anywhere in Africa. Because I'm partnering with Flutterwave, so you can be able to use payment anywhere in Tanzania. You just put your number and you can pay. And if you are in, let's say, in Kenya, you can use your number and pay. So, and the second part about integrating all the platforms, all the providers, like I said at the end, it's just a matter of getting the contract agreement with them. And they also like it because someone might be trying to book a flight, right? But they will see a bus ticket as well. They will say, okay, maybe this one is expensive, this one is cheaper. I might actually consider the cheaper option to use that. So it will benefit all of them because there will be one platform for all of these service provider. And then by that, it will actually give them incentive to join my business.
All right, thank you very much. We do wish you all the very best. You may take your seat. Just a quick note, we did miss out on a question from the judges to our first innovator, VunaPay. I will be calling you right after our last innovator to get a question from the judges. For now, I'd like to welcome a representative from Izizi, which is an EdTech innovator. You may watch the screens for his video as he makes his way to make his pitch.
My name is Michael Ngigi. I'm part of Ultratute Tech Limited. We have a flagship product by the name Mzizi School ERP. Mzizi School ERP, it's a school management system which now ours is to make sure that we are able to digitize the processes that a school has. How do we do this? One, we have the financial module that manages the receipting journey to invoicing journey all the way to getting outputs for the same. And number two, we have the academic side where now the school is able to key in the results, CBC curriculum, IGCSE, Montessori, all the way to generating a report from the parent side and also from the school side for analysis purposes. Our solution, it's basically, everything that a school does in the operations, day-to-day activities, being able to digitize that and ease the process or ease the journey within the school. The education structures within Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and many other countries within Africa, the education structure is usually in a similar model. We have clients in Tanzania, we also have clients in Uganda, so we have been able to replicate the solution in the African market going. And not only in those East African countries, but you can replicate the same solution. So the solution is replicable. I would also be willing to meet investors who would be willing to inject capital to grow this solution and make sure that we are also able to grow to the African market at large.
Thank you. Lewis Njoroge is my name. I'm the CEO, co-founder of Ultratute Tech Limited. As Michael has stated correctly, we work to see that we offer transformative education through an inclusive ecosystem that empowers students, transforms the economy, as well as engages parents. Today, 3 out of 10 parents actually engage with schools directly with regards to child education involvement. And this in itself is curbed by the reason of financial crisis, which the parent then is forced to actually get either 1 or 2 more jobs towards servicing their daily needs. Also, there is a technological crisis where schools might not be able to communicate effectively to parents, or internally within their ecosystem unable to efficiently manage their operations, as well as the crisis of resources, which are in this case financial resources, which then limit also the schools from extending the services to the entire stakeholders. So for us, we are committed to seeing that each and every institution has a service that can be able to give them value to educating students. In Africa today, we have around 118 million students, and in Kenya alone, we have 16 million students. So from these numbers, we have been able to pivot the application across 300 schools. We've been able to see 80,000 students actually being engaged within the very platform. And beyond that, we've been able to see 226,000 households get to access to technology towards the child learning. For us, we are looking to see whether that we can be able to get extension into impact within the community at large, to see all stakeholders within education are actually brought together within an inclusive system, so that then digital books are available to learners, home learning is service available, and internet provision towards ensuring that they can continuously engage towards growth of the very economy. Thank you.
All right, judges.
Great, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. My question is about your needs. What are you looking for to scale the product here in Kenya or in the region or in Africa?
Okay, so I'll talk to 3 things. 1, strategic partners. Already having built a distribution layer of 80,000 students, we are looking to scale our product to a fintech layering to that parents are able to afford paying fees and have the concentration of the child in schools. That's one of the key elements. Secondly is we do want to seek out funding, to which then it will allow us to scale towards other African countries with also presence in other nations to see that the system can be able to address their key problems. And thirdly, the transformation of the community that we serve. So we would want to see every child is actually educated through cheap, affordable technology. That's all.
All right, thank you, Njoroge. We wish you all the very best.
Thank you.
All right, and on the fintech side, I'd like to welcome a representative from SnapPay as they walk to the stage. Their video will play on our screen so we can get to know a little bit about SnapPay.
My name is Dixon Mutuma, founder of SnapPay Solution, and at SnapPay, we enable individuals as well as businesses to send and receive remittances across Africa at ease and real time, as well as also enabling business to receive payments in real-time basis. So at SnapPay, we seek to address key issues such as interoperability, transparency in terms of cost, and the digital space, digital economy space, whereby the payments options are limited for Africans. So at the moment, the cost of sending funds across Africa is on average at 6.78%, and through SnapPay, we are able to lower this cost to below 1.2% to up to 5%, and which falls within the SDG goals, that is SDG goal 1 to 6. And at SnapPay was founded in the year 2022, and in the year 2023, we were developing our minimum viable product, and as of March this year, we went live, and so far we've had 50 people register on the platform, and we've been able to disburse an equivalent of collect 70,000 Kenya shillings and disburse these funds across the African continent, and that is Uganda to start with, as we seek to grow to other East African community countries and as well as West Africa in years to come. So through the Africa The Connect Summit, we seek to have meaningful partners come on board and have help SnapPay grow across Africa and help us to scale in terms of the regulatory space as well as even on the financing aspect. And we seek to bring on board any investor who would help us to navigate this space. Thank you. So my name is Dickson Mutuma, and for the Kenyans in the house, I'm sure you're familiar with the fact that remittances have surpassed being the first foreign exchange earner in the country, and it's a key component of the president agenda to have remittances and from diaspora grow from $4.1 billion to $10 billion. And through the Sustainable Development Goals, goal number 10, where it seeks to have remittances costs below 3 to 5%. And at SNAP, we already attained this goal, whereby the cost of sending $200 across Africa through mobile money currently stands at 6.78, and through SNAP, we are able to down these costs to 1.2% and still running a profitable business. And one thing that I've come to note with immigrants in Kenya, especially those from Uganda who you tend to hire as house helps, they tend to send money twice or thrice in a month back home and in small amounts of $10 every month. And through this, we've come to notice that they don't mind getting charged because they took upon themselves the sacrifice to come into the country and seek better opportunity. However, with our platform, with the best rates in the market, beating even the top 2 tier telcos in the countries, we are able to offer them a solution whereby people back at home, they are able to receive huge disposable income, and with this can lead up to improved livelihoods and also providing them access to financial inclusion, and that is something that we seek to address. And SnapPay comprises of 4 individuals. I am the visionary and the chief evangelist of the platform, and I have a co-founder called George Gadoni, and I've hired other 2 individuals who help us to to scale up the platform, and it's also does the e-commerce capability of processing payments. And as you all know, over 30 countries in Africa have ratified to the African Free Trade Area. And with this, the African Free Trade Area is at less than 15%, and SnapPay will solution this by offering payment gateway. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mutuma. Judges?
What is this one thing that you would want to be assisted in to scale up this solution?
The financing aspect, because the business model itself, it's highly cash intensive. So in the sender country, we're able to collect, but on the recipient country, we need to disburse. And we have done that so far with Airtel and MTN, as well as Safaricom, and we would like to scale this across Africa, bearing in mind that Airtel Money and MTN are the 2 biggest telcos in Africa, and so far we have those connections, but on the financing bit, that is where we seek the biggest help. Okay.
All right, thank you, Mutuma. We do wish you all the very best. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may have already noticed, we are now expecting our chief guest, His Excellency Deputy President, to be making his way to the hall. We have his security team at the front. I'd like to request those at the front. The very first row will be reserved for ambassadors, heads of visiting delegations, and senior government officials from the Kenyan government. So please cooperate. We do have a security team that will be helping with the resitting of the front rows. All right, I'd like to now very quickly welcome our next innovator, ACL Dimensions from Zambia, and their focus is on green technology.
My name is Lazarus Chowetu, corporate founder and chief executive officer for ACL Dimensions Company Limited, based in Zambia, Lusaka. We are an organization and a company that has grown and is particularly focused and centered on environmental and engineering services. We have identified microalgae as a renewable source of energy, which has its ability to absorb carbon dioxide, CO2, and produce biomass for conversion into various forms of energy. Our project possesses a unique character in the sense that it is an agriculture-friendly project, an environmental user-friendly project, and a business model that can be adopted across the global continent of Africa. We are grateful to the President of Kenya. We are grateful, sir, and we ask that this project be given an accordance opportunity to the world.
Centered on engineering and engineering services, and in this regard we worked on a project particularly to find a way on how we can contribute to effective environment. So we worked on a project but that is on biomass, and we identified algae as a resourceful material that can help us to produce some fossil fuels. We managed to go as far as extracting ethanol and methane on our project in quite a good number of quantities. The project was a parallel project that we engaged in the community, and we managed to thrive with them to bring in other various ways in which we can also contribute to the community. So in that regard, all we are saying is this is a material that can be accessed across Africa. That's its uniqueness, and it's also an abundant material that can be found in every environment that you provide it to be conducive for. Then we can scale up this because we're looking at ways in which we can bring down the effects of global warming. So where I'm coming from right now, my country is facing a very bad crisis in terms of energy. We're undergoing an 8-hour load shedding, which is as a result of climate effect. So the little that we can do is basically find a way, and that way is to find a way on which we can reduce emissions. So because of deforestation, we are saying we provide this material for ethanol and methane for people in the village to be using. Then thereafter, they will not be able to cut down trees because that is a result of them using charcoal for burning and causing emissions. So we scaled it up and we did provide it. We went with a green market model to enhance availability of this resource, and we put down a few numbers on a project that ran for 1 year, and in that regard we did well, and we asking that we can definitely be given an opportunity to scale it up and scale it up all the way in the global continent of Africa.
Thank you very much. Judges?
Could you please elaborate more on the impact that this will have on your community and Africa?
Okay. Basically, it reduces the amount of deforestation. That's the first thing. It also gives an opportunity for Africa not only to depend on the Western world for biofuels, such as petroleum products, because from algae, as far as you can do a very good setup, you're definitely guaranteed that you can go as far as biofuels, such as diesel. Though at the moment, we are privileged as Africa because of the climate that we're sitting in. The Western world has been doing a research and they're ahead of us. But if we wake up and do this as quickly as we can, we put ourselves in the front line.
All right, thank you so much, Lazarus. We do wish you all the very best. All right, I'd like to now welcome the young innovator from Signverse. This is in the health tech space. Let's give him a warm round of applause and watch his video as he makes his way up here.
My name is Eli Savatia. I'm the founder and CEO of Signverse. And Signverse is bridging communication barriers between hearing people and deaf people, making the world more accessible to them. And we're leveraging the power of machine learning, computer vision, and automated 3D avatars to bridge and seamlessly enable communication between these groups. For us, we've learned that deaf people are very visual in their communication, and that's what we've beautifully embedded in our solution. There are other players in different markets who are trying to achieve a similar solution, but what makes ours unique, we've beautifully crafted it to suit the Kenyan market, the African market, and we are constantly engaging them to bring their unique needs into our solution. We are very keen on forging partnerships that can enable different players in the technology ecosystem, the digital ecosystem, media, entertainment, education, employment, medical industry to make them more accessible through our solution. We really look forward to exhibiting Signbus and showcasing our technology to different industry players, governments, and the entire ecosystem, and we are looking forward to making it a success. Thank you. Quick question to the audience. Have you ever struggled to communicate effectively with an individual with a hearing disability who uses sign language as their primary mode of communication? Quick show of hands. Okay, that's quite a good number. Yeah. So at Signbus, we are bridging communication barriers between the hearing community and the hard of hearing community. And what we've learned while building this is that communication barriers are the #1 problem that this community faces in accessing the world. Talk of healthcare, talk of pretty much anywhere communication is concerned. And if you look at healthcare, an area where, effective communication is not just important, but it's very critical in the sense where it can lead to misunderstanding, misdiagnosis, and even compromised healthcare outcomes. And that's why we've co-created a digital sign language interpreter that is able to translate text and speech to sign language using automated avatars, and also do the reverse for that, which is sign language to text and speech, then text and speech to sign language. So basically a bi-directional solution that is able to enable effective communication between a medical health practitioner and a deaf person. And why are we doing this? So we believe when we look at digital transformation, everything is, currently you can access pretty much all the services online. And smartphones are becoming a one-stop shop for healthcare, one-stop shop for shopping and all that. And that's why we think it's very important to onboard digitally persons living with disabilities. And with the technology that we're building, we are also able to scale it to different sign language dialects, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, moving forward. And we believe that assistive technologies will play a really key role in integrating persons living with disabilities into healthcare systems and other systems in general. Thank you.
Thank you. Ellie, judges?
Great, thank you for the presentation. My question is just to know where you are in the development. Do you already have a prototype or an MVP?
Yes, we've built a minimum viable product that is able to detect, let me just quickly run this. I don't know if this will be visible on the camera. Let's see about this. I don't know if it's visible. Where is that camera? Over there. So you can see it's interpreting that is about. I can give it another prompt. Just a second, because that's another prompt. Yeah. So we've built this with the community in Kenya and Uganda. We've also collected diverse data. So we believe we have actually the biggest Kenya Sign Language dialect for this. So we've proven the concept. Our next steps are to acquire motion capture technologies, which we should be acquiring by the end of this month, which will help us pump as much data for our system. And we've worked with over 2,000 deaf people. We are in partnerships with UNICEF, UNDP, STEM Impact Center Kenya, the Kenya Institute for Special Education, Innovate Now, and other partners. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Ellie. We do wish you all the very best. Let's appreciate Ellie as I call up our final innovator for the CAS 2024 Innovation Awards, and that is eBikes Africa, who play within the Smart Cities subsegment.
My name is Jogs Mbugwa, and I'm co-founder and CEO at eBikes Africa. We're trying to change how people and goods move around African cities. We want to reduce the emissions brought about by transport and deliveries in Africa. So we offer a delivery service where businesses pay a subscription fee and they get unlimited deliveries every day and a dedicated professional rider. Our riders also earn a fixed salary, and at the end of every year, they get to own their bike without any financing, no loan, no interest fees. We're looking for partners who can grow with us in the finance industry. We're looking for affordable credit from different partners. So given the opportunity for partnerships and investment, we will leverage it to increase access to financial services for those traditionally excluded from the financial sector. I've got to say, Africa is the future. We have a lot of talent, we have amazing opportunities, and we have a very young and vibrant population. I've got to, first of all, give a big thank you to the Connected Africa Summit team, Secretariat. They've done an amazing job. We are very honored for the opportunity, and we're keen to make the most of it and represent Kenya. Hello everybody, how are you all doing? So, my name is Jogs Mbugwa, and we started an electric bicycle company in Kenya. Now, we've built a really beautiful bicycle. It covers 80 kilometers on a single charge. It costs only 25 shillings to charge it. It has very good speeds. It does 30 to 45 kilometers per hour, and our bike can carry 150 kgs. Riders on our bike earn more than riders on motorbikes. And in as much as we're an electric bicycle company, the conversation I've come to have with you here is about finance, access to capital, and access to financial freedom. With all its perks, our bicycle costs only $750. This is a third of the price in a lot of countries. We've been able to achieve this using good partnerships. But even then, most of the people in this room cannot afford it. 60% of the population in this room cannot pay $100,000 today in cash to buy this bicycle outright. So delivery riders who work with our bicycle are faced with the largest problem. In as much as they can make the most money from it, have the largest impact, they can't access it because of lack of financial records, lack of access to credit, and the expensive cost of credit. eBikes Africa has created a delivery service that covers all of these problems. In our delivery service, businesses pay a flat fee. They get a dedicated, professionally trained rider. They have access to the rider's rider's GPS position. And the riders meet set KPIs. Riders who work with us are trained on how to handle customer service, how to do delivery professionally. They earn a salary, and we give each of our riders a bicycle. We take away the cost, the $750 involved from the beginning. On top of that, riders who meet all their KPIs, every week their salary is doubled. We don't give them this money though. We save it for them and put it in investment banks. And riders who work with us for just 10 months get to own their bicycles without any loans, no interest rates. No, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mbugwa. Judges?
Could you tell us then what you need from us today?
Okay. So, through our service, we're able to cater for most of the issues riders may face. We've come up with a bike, we give it to them without finance, but we do need to put some costs at the beginning. Any rider, any bicycle we put out on the road is able to recoup itself within only 4 months. So if we can get financial partners who can help us take over the initial part, the initial cost, that would really help. Also, credit in Africa is very expensive. Interest rates are averaging between 24 and 120%. So we want to bring that down.
All right, thank you, Mbugwa. We do wish you all the very best. Let's appreciate him as he makes his way to the floor. I'd like to welcome our very first innovator. We missed out on a question from the judges, and I will hand over to the judges as, so she could get one question. Vunape, you're welcome. Let's appreciate her as she walks to the stage.
Thank you. Just to talk to us about the team, how are you organized, and the area you start implementing the solution?
Yeah, thank you very much, Tali, for that question. We set up last year, just to take you through that, we took about 7 months to get into the market after we had completely understood our problem, tested it, and proven it. So in August last year, we got into the market. Since then, we are in 2 counties. We have onboarded 25,000 smallholder farmers, and we have a wait list of 98,000 others. So we have proven the problem. We have tested it in the 2 counties, and we have confirmed that it's a valid problem and a valid solution. We are ready to scale across the country. We have closed some excellent partnerships with KCB Bank and other financiers, and with Safaricom, very special partnerships that we are planning to take the country in 1 year. After that, our plan is to scale across Africa, for we have found similar problems across Africa. How we are organized, there's myself, and I have 2 co-founders. We have a team of 7 permanent staff, and we have 6 outsourced. And as we go from county to county, we hire local staff. So currently with the 2 counties, the staff we have is enough. And as we go from county to county, we will be hiring.
All right, thank you very much, and all the very best.
Thank you.
Let's thank our judges as well. Perhaps a final comment. I do know the judges will be deliberating and selecting our winners, who will be announced at the gala cocktail later this evening. Perhaps just one final comment from each of the judges before you take your seats.
Yeah, okay. I think seeing all these innovations that are currently happening or that have been presented here really affirm that the Kenyan innovation ecosystem is really ready to give us the next unicorn after M-Pesa. So I'm very happy to see that possibly in the next Connected Africa Summit would be showcasing our next unicorn. So all the best, guys, and we are here to support.
Great. I'm very happy to be here and see how the innovations are in East Africa. Technically, all innovations focused on main topics to solve social impact on agriculture, on climate, and on mobility. So I'm very happy and glad to see how they try to solve problem using technology and taking care also about an environmental problem. Thank you.
Mine is to really say congratulations for the innovators having given us solutions that are really adding value to the lives of people. We want to wish you well, and myself coming from government is to assure you that we are going to partner with you to help you scale up your solutions and to scale them up across Africa, so that we can transform Africa together. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's appreciate our judges. We will be eagerly waiting the results that you will give us later this evening. Thank you so much for your participation in such an important session of our summit. Let's appreciate them one more time. All right, and that marks the end of the first part of day 4, and that's the CAS 2024 Innovation Awards. We will now be preparing for our chief guest, who should be here any moment from now. I'd like to hand over to our technical team to play us some videos as we consult on the next steps.
I am proud and honored to welcome all to the Connected Africa Summit 2024, at which we gather to inaugurate the sunrise of Africa's digital transformation.
Africa is a continent full of economic growth potential, and in my view, technology is the key to prosperity as we work together to shape the future of connected Africa.
We need to move together as Africa so that we come up with policies, laws, and regulations that speak to each other as opposed to being discordant to each other.
Betting on Africa's future now is the best investment decision with unprecedented immediate and long-term benefits. Any serious investor who does not have his focus in the African continent has some correction to make. Ladies and gentlemen, the Connected Africa Summit at this point is officially opened, and I thank you.
It's exciting to be here at day 2 of the Connected Africa Summit at Uhuru Gardens. I have learned so much, and it's only day 2, so I'm excited about day 3 and day 4.
We are talking about Africa because Africa is our business. When Africa collapses, we collapse.
As we embrace the 4th Industrial Revolution, AI emerges as a catalyst for innovation, driving efficiencies across several industries, creating new opportunities for an inclusive growth.
There's a lot of energy in this forum, and I would request a lot of people to come and attend the summit.
And we'd love for you guys to all come check it out.
My
name is Łukasz Słoniowski. I'm new head of Nairobi office of Polish Investment and Trade Agency. I'm happy to be here at Connected Africa Summit. We brought here companies from Poland who deliver IT solutions worldwide. One of them specializes in cooling system for databases. The second one can build a database wherever you want in the middle of the field, also with power supply and all requested items for it to function. Third one specializes in security and so on. I'm very happy that we could bring them here, that they make friends and connections with local people, and I believe there will be contracts after this, and I hope it will make a lasting effect for our cooperation. I'm happy that I could be here. I like the energy of this place. I like that here are so many exhibitors and participants who exchange ideas, who talk and who, I believe, make friendship and foster economical cooperation as well. I'm looking forward for results of our meetings here.
I am proud and honored to welcome all to the Connected Africa Summit 2024, at which we gather to inaugurate the sunrise of Africa's digital transformation.
Africa is a continent full of economic growth potential, and in my view, technology is the key to prosperity as we work together to shape the future of Connected Africa.
We need to move together as Africa so that we come up with policies, laws, and regulations that speak to each other, as opposed to being discordant to each other.
Betting on Africa's future now is the best investment decision with unprecedented immediate and long-term benefits. Any serious investor who does not have his focus in the African continent has some correction to make. Ladies and gentlemen, the Connected Africa Summit at this point is officially opened, and I thank you.
It's exciting to be here at day 2 of the Connected Africa Summit at Uhuru Gardens. I have learned so much, and it's only day 2, so I'm excited about day 3 and day 4.
We are talking about Africa because Africa is our business. When Africa collapses, we collapse.
As we embrace the 4th Industrial Revolution, AI emerges as a catalyst for innovation, driving efficiencies across several industries, creating new opportunities for an inclusive growth.
There's a lot of energy in this forum, and I would request a lot of people to come and attend the summit.
And we'd love for you guys to all come check it out.
My name is Fiona Kidui. I'm the acting CEO at Moringa School. At Moringa School, we have an audacious goal of training 200 knowledge workers by 2030. And we do this by ensuring that we have market-aligned relevant skills, and we also ensure that our graduates are equipped with soft skills and professional development skills that will ensure that they contribute positively to their employers. Through our training, we've managed to see our graduates get into employment in a plug-and-play model, so that when they get to your doorstep, they're really equipped with the relevant skills that you need in order for them to be a contribution to your company. When we started in 2014, we graduated 4 students, and right now we are privileged to say that we are graduating about 1,000 students. And so far, what you've seen in Moringa School is people coming in with a high school certificate, end up working in powerhouses like Safaricom, Amazon. So what I've seen Moringa School's graduates do is contributing towards the economy by even employing other people. We have seen people from the underprivileged societies where they started earning nothing, and right now they are earning almost $2,000 plus. What I'll say is we believe in them. I know it hasn't been an easy journey, but you've taught them the impulse of Moringa School, which is grit, be autonomous, and always believe in yourself. Be patient. We have seen your colleagues graduate, end up working in remote jobs from Kenya, earning even up to 100,000 as a starting salary. So if other people can do it, especially to the young women, if other women can do it, remember you can also do it. It's just a matter of keep on applying to jobs, and as always, remember where you're from and make sure that you continue impacting in the world that you need us out there.
In the heart of Africa, where the golden sun kisses the earth, where champions train, here lies the home of champions. In the raw beauty of Kenya, champions are forged. Every stride, every sweat, every victory, all born from the soil of this majestic land. Witness the adventure and become part of magical Kenya's great marathons, such as Stanchat, Lewa, and many more, and experience the spirit of Kenya. There is so much more to the magic. Here is a sanctuary where the serenity of nature revitalizes and rejuvenates. Rich with the authentic Kenyan culture of hospitality, vibrant with life at every step. Come and discover the magical Kenya. Welcome home.
My name is Judy Njogu Mokaya. I'm the CEO and co-founder of VunaPay. At VunaPay, we provide instant payment to smallholder farmers when they take their produce to agricultural cooperatives. Agriculture in Africa is huge. It actually makes up about 30% of our GDP. Interestingly, about 80% of that is grown by smallholder farmers. However, when you speak to the United Nations and others, these same smallholder farmers are who are referred to as the bottom feeders, living on $1 or $2 a day. When we investigated that paradox, we discovered that many of these smallholder farmers, when they take their produce to the agri-cooperative, they actually have to wait for the cooperative to process and sell the produce. And by the time the cooperative is able to pay them, it's 3, 6, or even 12 months. But we are looking for people that are interested in financing these smallholder farmers. We already have some partnerships with some tier 1 banks and even with the government, and are looking for more people to work with us to ensure that our farmers get paid immediately for their produce. Connected Africa is the perfect forum for anyone that wants to do anything in tech in Africa. So I feel very honored and privileged to get an opportunity to speak and interact with other people from across Africa that are looking to make positive impact to our people.
My name is Elvis Itati, and I'm the founder and CEO for Muzi.
So Uamuzi is a social networking platform that's giving the youth an equal opportunity for them to be part of decision-making process at every level of governance. We are a 21st century generation where technology is at the core of everything that we do. But it's very unfortunate that we use the 20th century methods of public participation where we have to meet in person for us to be able to deliberate on issues that are affecting us. Because of this, not many people get the opportunity to attend such forums. And that's why we decided to come up with a digital tool, a platform that will give the young people an equal opportunity for them to have a meaningful engagement amongst themselves and with the elected leaders at their convenience. 2, they can be able to access verified and credible information on time. And 3, they can freely express their thoughts, their ideas, and their concerns. Currently, with all the social platforms that are there in the world, it's very unfortunate that we have no social platform that has taken over the world from Africa. So with Uamuzi, we plan to make it the first platform to be able to take up the global scene originating from Africa. I hope to connect with other like-minded stakeholders in the tech space. I hope to learn a lot and just to see how we can be able to leverage on the potential partners who will be there, who can be able to come in to support our platform.
My name is Solomon Samuel Gunda. I'm here today to present you about my startup called Ticket Safari. Ticket Safari is a service that will offer convenience bus booking for bus, train, boat, as well as flights. What's unique about my innovation is that it will combine all of these modes of transportation in one platform. It will use mobile money agents. It will use affiliate or referral marketing strategy to be able to expand very quickly. Since the theme of this event is about shaping the future by connecting Africa, all I want to say is that we need to embark on this journey together with Ticket Safari as our vehicle to create a future where connectivity knows no bound.
Do this. One, we have the financial module that manages the receipting journey to invoicing journey all the way to getting outputs for the same. And number 2, we have the academic side where now the school is able to key in the results, CBC curriculum, IGCSE, Montessori, all the way to generating a report from the parent side and also from the school side for analysis purposes. Our solution, it's basically, everything that a school does in the operations, day-to-day activities, being able to digitize that and ease the process or ease the journey within the school. The education structures within Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and many other countries within Africa, the education structure is usually in a similar model. We have clients in Tanzania, we have also clients in Uganda, so we have been able to replicate the solution in the African market going. And not only in those East African countries, but you can replicate the same solution, so the solution is replicable. I would also be willing to meet investors who would be willing to inject capital to grow this solution and make sure that we are also able to grow to the African market at large.
My name is Dixon Mutuma, founder of Snape Solution, and at Snape, we enable individuals as well as businesses to send and receive remittances across Africa at ease and real time, as well as also enabling business to receive payments in real-time basis. So at Snape, we seek to address key issues such as interoperability, transparency in terms of cost, and the digital space, digital economy space, whereby the payments options are limited for Africans. So at the moment, the cost of sending funds across Africa is on average at 6.78%, and through Snape, we are able to lower this cost to below 1.2% to up to 5%, and which falls within the SDG goals, that is SDG goal 1 to 6. And at Snape was founded in the year 2022, and in the year 2023 we were developing our minimum viable product, and as of March this year we went live, and so far we've had 50 people register on the platform, and we've been able to disburse an equivalent of collect 70,000 Kenya shillings and disburse these funds across the African continent, and that is Uganda to start with, as we seek to grow to other East African community countries and as well as West Africa in years to come. So through the the Connect Summit, we seek to have meaningful partners come on board and have help SNAPE grow across Africa and help us to scale in terms of the regulatory space as well as even on the financing aspect. And we seek to bring on board any investor who would help us to navigate this space.
My name is Lazarus Chowetu, Corporate Founder and Chief Executive Officer for ACL Dimensions Company Limited, based in Zambia, Lusaka. We are an organization and a company that has grown and is particularly focused and centered on environmental and engineering services. We have identified microalgae as a renewable source of energy, which has its ability to absorb carbon dioxide, CO2, and produce biomass for conversion into various forms of energy. Our project possesses a unique character in the sense that it is an agriculture-friendly project, an environmental user-friendly project, and a business model that can be adopted across the global continent of Africa. We are grateful to the President of Kenya. We are grateful, sir, and we ask that this project be given an accordance opportunity to the world and to Africa. Africa is on the rise as we align our vision as ACL Dimensions to that which is the theme of this great summit.
My name is Eli Savatia. I'm the founder and CEO of Signverse. And Signverse is bridging communication barriers between hearing people and deaf people, making the world more accessible to them. And we're leveraging the power of machine learning, computer vision, and automated 3D avatars to bridge and seamlessly enable communication between these groups. For us, we've learned that deaf people are very visual in their communication, and that's what we've beautifully embedded in our solution. There are other players in different markets who are trying to achieve a similar solution, but what makes ours unique, we've beautifully crafted it to suit the Kenyan market, the African market, and we are constantly engaging them to bring their unique needs into our solution. We are very keen on forging partnerships that can enable different players in the technology ecosystem, the digital ecosystem, media, entertainment, education, employment, medical industry, to make them more accessible through our solution. We really look forward to exhibiting Signverse and showcasing our technology to different industry players, governments, and the entire ecosystem, and we are looking forward to making it a success.
My name is Jogs Mbugwa, and I'm co-founder and CEO at e-Bikes Africa. We're trying to change how people and goods move around African cities. We want to reduce the emissions brought about by transport and deliveries in Africa. So we offer a delivery service where businesses pay a subscription fee and they get unlimited deliveries every day and a dedicated professional rider. Our riders also earn a fixed salary, and at the end of every year, they get to own their bike without any financing, no loan, no interest fees. We're looking for partners who can grow with us in the finance industry. We're looking for affordable credit from different partners. So given the opportunity for partnerships and investment, we will leverage it to increase access to financial services for those traditionally excluded from the financial sector. I've got to say, Africa is the future. We have a lot of talent, we have amazing opportunities, and we have a very young and vibrant population. I've got to, first of all, give a big thank you to the Connected Africa Summit team, Secretariat. They've done an amazing job. We are very honored for the opportunity, and we're keen to make the most of it and represent Kenya.
I am proud and honored to welcome all to the Connected Africa Summit 2024, at which we gather to inaugurate the sunrise of Africa's digital transformation.
Africa is a continent full of economic growth potential, and in my view, technology is the key to prosperity as we work together to shape the future of connected Africa.
We need to move together as Africa so that we come up with policies, laws, and regulations that speak to each other as opposed to being discordant to each other.
Betting on Africa's future now is the best investment decision with unprecedented immediate and long-term benefits. Any serious investor who does not have his focus in the African continent has some correction to make. Ladies and gentlemen, the Connected Africa Summit at this point is officially opened, and I thank you.
From 21st April 2024, Kenya is hosting Connected Africa Summit 2024, and we're inviting all of you to join us in this very important session where we host the entire African continent, leaders and players and stakeholders in the ICT sector to converge and discuss on matters of digital economy, matters of connectivity, smart government, digital skills, future of work, digital trade, and digital platforms. Connected Summit 2024 also provides an opportunity for you to visit Nairobi, to visit Kenya and experience the great country Kenya, the cradle of mankind, and we have an opportunity to invite the rest of the world to come and experience Kenya. So that said, register at www.connected.go.ke. We invite you to share your experience and also listen from experts in various fields and to be able to share what the continent is doing. I invite colleagues from across the continent to come to Nairobi and share with us what they are doing in their countries and also learn from what Kenya has done and what the other colleagues in other countries have also done. Let's join up together and build a connected Africa.
Digital literacy is one of the 7 core competencies for learners in basic education under the Kenyan competency-based curriculum. In 2021, together with our partners, we launched the first phase of the DigiSchool Connectivity Pilot Project. Connecting more than 13 schools all over Kenya to the internet, we improved the overall quality of education in Kenya through technology.
In the school before, we were not using internet because we didn't have. We were just buying bundles so that we can do our work using bundles, which was very expensive to buy bundles and do most of the work. So when the internet came, it's a bit cheaper.
Since we received the Wi-Fi, we have been using it on a daily basis for different lessons. We use it for so many things. When it comes to class teaching, we use it for lesson planning and even during lesson delivery, where learners can access more content, sometimes that may not be found in textbooks and the resource materials that we have at school. Then on the side of teachers, we also use it for our own communication within the school. Yeah, we also use it to communicate even with the parents and other school stakeholders using platforms like WhatsApp and even Facebook.
This internet has helped me to Google for more information in digital sources so that I can get more information.
The idea was to have the juniors or the students or the beneficiaries of this program to be able to tell us how they are benefited from this project and its resources. The whole point is to have them to do different types of competitions in different categories, where they will be able to creatively express their various opinions in terms of how it benefited them. We have 3 categories in the DigiSchool Creative Competition. We have, for the primary schools, which are 9 schools of the 13, we have 2 categories, the drawing and the essay writing categories. The drawing category consists of grade 4 and grade 5 students, while the essay category consists of grade 6, grade 7 and class 8 students. While the secondary school, which is a more advanced level, is a video production category where they get to produce videos. All in all, the 3 categories, the end goal was for them to showcase how the project or the resources or the benefits of internet to their learning processes and outside learning. On the DigiSchool competition, it was exciting because the learners knew that they are competing with others countrywide, and the issue of the award really excited them even more because they knew by the end of the day we are going to get some award. So they were very busy every time. They want to compete, they want to draw, and the drawings were so many because everybody wants to present the drawings, everybody wants to write, and it was quite exciting to them. The competition has really been beneficial to the students. It has achieved all the intended goals, which was to not only be able to get feedback from the learners about the impact of the project, but also give them a creative way and a learning process.
We use our Wi-Fi to listen to music, to entertain ourselves, especially our free time, and even in curricular activities, for example, games and sports.
So this essay writing has helped me to boost my language.
The upcoming Connected Africa Summit will embody our collective efforts to forge a digitally empowered Africa. We stand on the cusp of a digital transformation poised to reshape our economies, governance, and societal fabric. In anticipation of this summit, we are here to set the stage for comprehensive review of the progress in ICT that is propelling Africa towards achieving its African Union's Agenda 2063. As evidenced by a 2022 report by Google and the International Finance Corporation, our internet economy is on track to reach a remarkable milestone. It is forecasted to reach a staggering $180 billion by 2025, highlighting the significant progress underway. This milestone underscores the groundwork we are steadfastly establishing, a foundation that anticipates a future of connectivity and prosperity for Africa. Additionally, commercializing and monetizing this infrastructure will further bolster its sustainability and impact, providing tangible benefits to citizens in various aspects such as facilitating the trade, fostering the development and adoption of innovative solutions, creating jobs opportunities, and involving stakeholders across sectors to ensure inclusive growth and prosperity for Africa. Today, I officiate the Connected National Implementation Committee drawn from the public sector, private sector, and donor community that will support in the creation and implementation of the summit. I call upon all stakeholders to join hands with the government to organize the summit that will accelerate our continental growth and strengthen our networks.
We've been adapting to change for over 150 years. Now, we're driving the next evolution, where networks meet cloud, alive with intelligence, enabling people, machines, and devices to interact in real time like never before, and making high-performance connectivity more consumable, adaptable, autonomous, open to innovation, to collaboration, networks that sense, think, and act. Because by working together with service providers, enterprises, and the world, we can create a more sustainable, productive, accessible future by accelerating the impact of digital to reach people, places, and industries that have never been reached before. That demands more than change. That demands transformation. For us, that means pushing further with a clear vision and a new logo that symbolizes our purpose. Because it's only when all the right pieces act together that brilliance happens. The precision of tech leadership, the dynamism of a new digital era, and the kaleidoscopic colors of innovation. This is Nokia, but not as the world has seen us before. We've always connected people. Now, we create technology that helps the world act together.
To do in this Connected Africa Summit is to use this platform to elevate the discussions that we have been having at Connected Kenya to now a continental level, so that we think together as one continental ICT family and come up with a very clear tech roadmap.
Does the hassle of purchasing insurance for your cargo during importation wear you out? Introducing the Coral Mini app on the M-Pesa app that allows clearing agents and importers compare quotes, pay for marine cargo insurance, and view certificates on their phones wherever they are 24/7. Opt in as a clearing agent. Open the Coral Mini app on M-Pesa app. Enter your company's KRA PIN. Enter your individual KRA PIN. Enter your work email address. Accept the terms and conditions. Select Opt-in. Input your M-Pesa PIN. You'll receive a confirmation SMS. You will see the insured and uninsured cargo attached to your company's KRA PIN. To insure your cargo, select the IDF for the cargo you wish to insure from the list presented. Choose an insurance quote from preferred insurer or change to a different insurer. Proceed to pay from your M-Pesa or send payment request to your customer. Once paid, your marine cargo insurance certificate and policy document will be emailed to you instantly. What's more, you can view your insurance certificate within the app. Just go to the Insured Cargo section and select the IDF. You're good to go.
My name is Mabel Karani. I'm a fifth-year student at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, pursuing telecommunication and information engineering.
My name is James Owen, a finalist student at Kabarak University. I finished my undergraduate in May, and I'm currently pursuing Android development.
My name is Stephen Okwiri. I'm a third-year student at the Technical University of Kenya, taking a Bachelor of Technology in Communication and Computer Networks, majoring in wireless communication.
My name is Joanna Amboy Wachira. I'm a final year student at Kabarak University. I'm pursuing a bachelor's degree in telecommunications.
What I like with Huawei is because they adopt the trends in technology as they come. So they couldn't allow this for the future 2020 to pass by. So they had to adopt by the new norm and everything to be carried out virtually.
It was somehow strange not knowing that it would be virtual because it has never been done before. But the efficiency of the program, it was really amazing. We were grouped into various groups where we competed with each other. There were teams, some teams won. Yeah, it was a very great experience.
My biggest takeaway from the program was the unity of the teams that were there together. And also I got to learn that even if we are facing this pandemic, we should never stop learning. Learning is a process and we should always be hungry to get more knowledge.
So what impacted especially my career during the program was the certification. So I was later contacted by Google Africa, so that now that I was a team leader, so I was able to be selected as a program assistant at Andela to lead a team because of my experience at the Seeds for the Future program.
I will tell the next group of people to, first of all, they should apply because they usually announce the spots. They should apply, and when they get into the program, they should keep an open mind. They should interact with each other because through interaction there's networking. People will help you discover your skills that you didn't know existed, and become friends. You'll help each other in future, grow each other.
I'm Felix Mkundi.
My name is Sylvia Chebet Kipkemoi.
My name is Linda Katunda. I am a final year student at Kenyatta University.
I am currently a final year student at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology.
I'm a student, a final year student at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology.
Every year, through the Seeds for the Future program, Huawei brings together young global talents from top universities for a life-changing program to learn about cutting-edge technologies, sustainability, and culture whilst honing their leadership, teamwork, and professional development skills.
The Seeds for the Future program, how it stands out from other programs, it was very intense. In other programs, maybe you'll set aside a bit of time to just study and get the content done. But for the in Seeds for the Future, I found myself totally immersed in the content, Like right from morning, we'd have a very engaging session, and I loved that about it, that it was not always very serious in the morning. Sometimes we were learning Mandarin. Where would I have learned Mandarin if not part of this program? And you get to be engaged the whole day. You're learning content. It's very interesting.
As the pandemic receded in 2021, we provided the students with practical experience to enhance the theory the students learn at school.
You see, there is ideas you might have as a student of what is out there, but meeting it exactly is what really matters. The exposure of exactly what are people doing. So I think Seeds for the Future does that. It gives you a feel of what is happening out there, what are some of the things people are digging into right now, and what are some of the projects that are ongoing in the tech industry.
Students also provided ICT training to children at the Don Bosco Boys charity, giving back to the community and giving digital skills training to 95 primary and secondary school students.
It's one of the best programs for students here in Kenya to pursue. So if you're out there and you need, to get that experience, that core experience in how technology works, how telecommunication works, how you are able to connect with one person who is in Kenya and maybe somebody who is in US. So it will give you that much wider view of how, technology works.
The moment you see these examples, you see how cloud is used, you see how 5G is used in self-driving cars, and you realize,
I am proud and honored to welcome all to the Connected Africa Summit 2024, at which we gather to inaugurate the sunrise of Africa's digital transformation.
Africa is a continent full of economic growth potential, and in my view, technology is the key to prosperity as we work together to shape the future of Connected Africa.
We need to move together as Africa so that we come up with policies, laws, and regulations that speak to each other, as opposed to being discordant to each other.
Betting on Africa's future now is the best investment decision with unprecedented immediate and long-term benefits. Any serious investor who does not have his focus in the African continent has some correction to make. Ladies and gentlemen, the Connected Africa Summit at this point is officially opened, and I thank you.
It's exciting to be here at day 2 of the Connected Africa Summit at Uhuru Gardens. I have learned so much, and it's only day 2, so I'm excited about day 3 and day 4.
We are talking about Africa because Africa is our business. When Africa collapses, we collapse.
As we embrace the 4th Industrial Revolution, AI emerges as a catalyst for innovation, driving efficiencies across several industries, creating new opportunities for an inclusive growth.
There's a lot of energy in this forum, and I would request a lot of people to come and attend the summit.
And we'd love for you guys to all come check it out.
My name is Judy Njogu Mokaya. I'm the CEO and co-founder of VunaPay. At VunaPay, we provide instant payment to smallholder farmers when they take their produce to agricultural cooperatives. Agriculture in Africa is huge. It actually makes up about 30% of our GDP. Interestingly, about 80% of that is grown by smallholder farmers. However, when you speak to the United Nations and others, these same smallholder farmers are who are referred to as the bottom feeders, living on $1 or $2 a day. When we investigated that paradox, we discovered that many of these smallholder farmers, when they take their produce to the agri-cooperative, they actually have to wait for the cooperative to process and sell the produce. And by the time the cooperative is able to pay them, it's 3, 6, or even 12 months. But we are looking for people that are interested in financing these smallholder farmers. We already have some partnerships with some tier 1 banks and even with the government, and are looking for more people to work with us to ensure that our farmers get paid immediately for their produce. Connected Africa is the perfect forum for anyone that wants to do anything in tech in Africa. So I feel very honored and privileged to get an opportunity to speak and interact with other people from across Africa that are looking to make positive impact to our people.
My name is Elvis Itati, and I'm the founder and CEO for Muzi. So Muzi is a social networking platform that's giving the youth an equal opportunity for them to be part of decision-making process at every level of governance. We are a 21st century generation where technology is at the core of everything that we do, but it's very unfortunate that we use the 20th century methods of public participation where we have to meet in person for us to be able to deliberate on issues that are affecting us. Because of this, not many people get the opportunity to attend such forums, and that's why we decided to come up with a digital tool, a platform that will give the young people an equal opportunity for them to have a meaningful engagement amongst themselves and with the elected leaders at their convenience. 2, they can be able to access verified and credible information on time, and 3, they can freely express their thoughts, their ideas, and their concerns. Currently, with all the social platforms that are there in the world, it's very unfortunate that we have no social platform that has taken over the world from Africa. So with Wamuzi, we plan to make it the first platform to be able to take up the global scene originating from Africa. I hope to connect with other like-minded stakeholders in the tech space. I hope to learn a lot and just to see how we can be able to leverage on the potential partners who will be there, who can be able to come in to support our platform.
My name is Solomon Samuel Gunda. I'm here today to present you about my startup called Ticket Safari. Ticket Safari is a service that will offer convenience bus booking for bus, train, boat, as well as flights. What's unique about my innovation is that it will combine all of these modes of transportation in one platform. It will use mobile money agents. It will use affiliate or referral marketing strategy to be able to expand very quickly. Since the theme of this event is about shaping the future by connecting Africa, all I want to say is that we need to embark on this journey together with Ticket Safari as our vehicle to create a future where connectivity knows no bound.
My name is Michael Ngigi. I'm part of Ultratute Tech Limited. We have a flagship product by the name Mzizi School ERP. Mzizi School ERP, it's a school management system which now ours is to make sure that we are able to digitize the processes that a school has. How do we do this? One, we have the financial module that manages the receipting journey to invoicing journey all the way to getting outputs for the same. And number two, we have the academic side where now the school is able to key in the results, CBC curriculum, IGCSE, Montessori, all the way to generating a report from the parent side and also from the school side for analysis purposes. Our solution, it's basically, everything that a school does in the operations, day-to-day activities, being able to digitize that and ease the process or ease the journey within the school. The education structures within Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and many other countries within Africa, the education structure is usually in a similar model. We have clients in Tanzania, we have also clients in Uganda, so we have been able to replicate the solution in the African market going. And not only in those East African countries, but you can replicate the same solution. So the solution is replicable. I would also be willing to meet investors who would be willing to inject capital to grow this solution and make sure that we are also able to grow to the African market at large.
My name is Dixon Mutuma, founder of Snape Solution, and at Snape we enable individuals as well as businesses to send and receive remittances across Africa at ease and real time, as well as also enabling business to receive payments in real-time basis. So at Snape we seek to address key issues such as interoperability, transparency in terms of cost, and the digital space, digital economy space, whereby the payments options are limited for Africans. So at the moment, the cost of sending funds across Africa is on average at 6.78%, and through Snape, we are able to lower this cost to below 1.2% to up to 5%, and which falls within the SDG goals, that is SDG goal 1 to 6. And at Snape was founded in the year 2022, and in the year 2023 we were developing our minimum viable product, and as of March this year we went live, and so far we've had 50 people register on the platform, and we've been able to disburse an equivalent of collect 70,000 Kenya shillings and disburse these funds across the African continent, and that is Uganda to start with, as we seek to grow to other East African community countries and as well as West Africa in years to come. So through the Africa The Connect Summit, we seek to have meaningful partners come on board and have help Snape grow across Africa and help us to scale in terms of the regulatory space as well as even on the financing aspect. And we seek to bring on board any investor who would help us to navigate this space.
My name is Lazarus Chowetu, Corporate Founder and Chief Executive Officer for ACL Dimensions Company Limited, based in Zambia, Lusaka. We are an organization and a company that has grown and is particularly focused and centered on environmental and engineering services. We have identified microalgae as a renewable source of energy, which has its ability to absorb carbon dioxide, CO2, and produce biomass for conversion into various forms of energy. Our project possesses a unique character in the sense that it is an agriculture-friendly project, an environmental user-friendly project, and a business model that can be adopted across the global continent of Africa. We are grateful to the President of Kenya. We are grateful, sir, and we ask that this project be given an accordance opportunity to the world and to Africa. Africa is on the rise as we align our vision as ACL Dimensions to that which is the theme of this great summit.
My name is Eli Savatia. I'm the founder and CEO of Signverse. And Signverse is bridging communication barriers between hearing people and deaf people, making the world more accessible to them. And we're leveraging the power of machine learning, computer vision, and automated 3D avatars to bridge and seamlessly enable communication between these groups. For us, we've learned that deaf people are very visual in their communication, and that's what we've beautifully embedded in our solution. There are other players in different markets who are trying to achieve a similar solution, but what makes ours unique, we've beautifully crafted it to suit the Kenyan market, the African market, and we are constantly engaging them to bring their unique needs into our solution. We are very keen on forging partnerships that can enable different players in the technology ecosystem, the digital ecosystem, media, entertainment, education, employment, medical industry, to make them more accessible through our solution. We really look forward to exhibiting Signverse and showcasing our technology to different industry players, governments, and the entire ecosystem, and we are looking forward to making it a success.
My name is Jogs Mbugwa, and I'm co-founder and CEO at eBikes Africa. We're trying to change how people and goods move around African cities. We want to reduce the emissions brought about by transport and deliveries in Africa. So we offer a delivery service where businesses pay a subscription fee and they get unlimited deliveries every day and a dedicated professional rider. Our riders also earn a fixed salary, and at the end of every year, they get to own their bike without any financing, no loan, no interest fees. We're looking for partners who can grow with us in the finance industry. We're looking for affordable credit from different partners. So given the opportunity for partnerships and investment, we will leverage it to increase access to financial services for those traditionally excluded from the financial sector. I've got to say, Africa is the future. We have a lot of talent, we have amazing opportunities, and we have a very young and vibrant population. I've got to, first of all, give a big thank you to the Connected Africa Summit team, Secretariat. They've done an amazing job. We are very honored for the opportunity, and we're keen to make the most of it and represent Kenya.
First, I want to welcome all of us to the third day and sincerely appreciate all of you for your contributions in the various engagements. It is imperative that digital transformation powered by technology of the future takes shape, and more specifically in markets like ours of Africa, we must be mindful of both its development and potential to shape the future of our continent.
Wow, found the experience very, very exciting, very new, very eye-opening, especially to the world globally. It was the greatest experience, one of the greatest summits I've ever been to, teaching us the importance of technology, how we must engage as a country, as a continent, as people, as mothers and sisters. Yeah, so it's one of the summits that I think we needed most often than not.
Let me take this opportunity to welcome all delegates to the Connected Africa Summit 2024 that will be held in Nairobi from the 21st to 25th of April. This is an opportunity for us to think together as an African family with respect to developments in the ICT sector. It presents us with an opportunity to scan the operational environment, analyze the emerging issues with respect to policy, legal, and regulatory issues, and of course developments in the technological space, so that we can be proactive with a view to remaining relevant. Please join us at the summit. Let's think together and come up with a proactive plan of action so that we position ourselves effectively in the operational environment. Welcome to Nairobi this April 2024. Please take part in the Connected Africa 2024. It is an opportunity like no other. All the big players will be here. All the global tech companies will be here. All the thought leaders in Africa will be here. To register for this Connected Africa 2024, go to www.connected.go.ke.
In today's society, the future of any economy is digital. Ordering medicine, agricultural products, manufacturing supplies, working, and even studying are all done online. This is why one of the key focus of government strategy is building a digital superhighway all over the country and making it accessible to anyone. The government has completed about 25,000 kilometers of fiber, including 12,000 kilometers of national optic fiber network backbone infrastructure, NOFB, and the private sector has built around 35,000 kilometers of fiber. The National Optical Fiber Backbone Initiative has connected 1,650 ministries, counties, departments, and agencies nationwide. More than 100 hospitals have been connected, and a national telemedicine initiative led by Kenyatta National Hospital has been piloted with support from Huawei and other partners. The Digital Superhighway program has 5 key components. To enhance connectivity across the country, the Digital Superhighway shall install an additional 100,000 kilometers of reliable, stable, and affordable high-speed internet connectivity across the country. This will connect 8.5 million homes, 40,000 learning institutions, 13,000 public health institutions, 18,000 government offices, as well as police stations, huduma centers, and technical institutes. The Digital Superhighway will provide free public Wi-Fi in 25,000 locations across the country, to ensure access to ICT and close the digital divide in line with the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda. To enhance regional integration and make Kenya into a regional and global ICT hub, exporting technology and software and a powerhouse in data storage and cybersecurity. To establish 1,450 digital village smart hubs in every ward for Kenyans to use to innovate, work online, and also trade online. Expanding mobile network penetration, that is 4G and 5G coverage across the country, and leverage new technologies such as AI, blockchain, and big data. The digital superhighway design will be the whole country connected, high redundancy, seamless integration between private and public sector networks, integrated design, building, and acceptance. Just imagine bringing science to life in your local primary school through watching videos online or using platforms like Zoom or Microsoft Teams to learn from a teacher in a national school. An open university where all students can join and complete their studies online. Being able to talk to and get prescriptions from a doctor online. Working and earning online at the comfort of your home. Using the internet to trade globally through buying and selling of products to the world market. Using AI, big data, and blockchain technology to guide in agricultural production. Access to financial services online such as the Hustler Fund. Modernization of our security agencies by enabling them to respond to emergencies on time and elimination of crimes in our country. The key outcomes will be the creation of at least 1 million jobs, increasing ICT contribution to GDP to 1.2%, improving public services in health, education, and safety, amongst others. This is the digital superhighway, a smart, connected, and digital Kenya.
Tomorrow doesn't start the second the clock strikes midnight, or the minute the sun rises. It starts the very instant you have a vision, an idea that's unformed yet full of potential. At NTT Data, we harness inspiration and turn it into action, igniting the passion of our people to go further than we ever thought possible. From biotech to manufacturing, public service to banking, we're pushing for the boldest technological advancements and accelerating your greatest ambitions. Because we believe the future is shaped by those who refuse to wait for it. It's more than just consulting and IT modernization. It's servicing companies in over 50 countries to turn vision into action. Because if you want to change the world for the better, you start now. Ignite tomorrow, today. NTT Data.
Zainab Wako has been suffering from infertility since 2008, when she had her first miscarriage. Since then, she has had 3 more miscarriages, prompting her to visit a doctor in Garbatula. Like most women in the area, Zainab was only using traditional medication to improve her fertility.
She has tried to get a child, but she lost all the pregnancies. She has tried all the things, but most of the time she could not seek medical attention.
Waliniambia niende kwa psychologist uangaliwe, labda kuna kitu imeblock uangaliwe. Alafu nikawaambia kuna shida ya pesa, hata mimi mzee yangu ana kazi, nikipata pesa ndio nitaenda.
For many people like Zainab, going to the hospital requires one to have enough finances to cater for their food, accommodation, and transportation. This becomes a big challenge for the majority who are living on low income, hence opting for the traditional medication available.
Niliwaambia mimi sijapata usaidizi mwingine, ninatumia tu dawa ya kienyeji. Niliwaambia tu hivyo.
When we are having the gynecology clinics, we are also having the same for telemedicine, because whatever that could not have been managed by the MO on the other end has to be attended to by the consultant remotely.
We got the patient attached to the consultant through the video.
Hiyo video ilikuwa mzuri. Na tena niliwaona wale wananiuliza maswali, niliwaona vizuri sana.
If you go to that telemedicine room, you're going to see that whenever our physician is consulting for Garbatula, we are having a team of interns who are here to learn. And this has now also, expanded, in terms of teaching and dispensing of knowledge.
Nimewaeleza hata kuna wengine nimewaelezea. Wengine wako mbali lakini niliwapigia simu. Niliwaambia kuna daktari fulani hivi tukuje tukae alafu tuende pamoja tusaidike.
Such initiatives will go a long way in contributing to saving of life, cost savings, and basically bridging the human resource gap that we currently face.
Ladies and gentlemen,
From 21st April
your patience
2024,
is greatly
Kenya is hosting
appreciated, but we will
Connected
continue
Africa
to
Summit
ask
2024,
for your
and we are
patience as we
inviting
await
all
our
of
chief
you
guest,
to join us
His
in this
Excellency,
very
the
important
Deputy
session, where we
President of
host
Kenya.
the
But
entire
in the
African
meantime,
continent, leaders
we
and
would like
players and
to
stakeholders
invite
in the ICT sector.
one of our thought leaders and an expert who was to speak earlier in the week and was unable to, on quite an interesting topic, which is the transition from 5G to 6G, which of course is expected to be a natural progression that builds on the foundation that has been laid by 5G, while opening up new possibilities that are currently either in a nascent stage or beyond the capabilities of 5G as we know it today. So let's put our hands together for our next speaker, George Njuguna. Njuguna is the Acting Chief Technology Officer at Safaricom, and he'll be taking us through the transition or the expected transition from 5G to 6G. Let's welcome George to the stage.
Good afternoon, delegates, guests, dignitaries, all protocols. I'm here to speak about a very interesting topic, talking about 6G, its technology expected in 2030. But from a thought leadership perspective, it's important for us to start looking at the considerations, the transition, and what's important. But real quick, I'll start through a journey down memory lane. Again, going back now another 30 years back, in the era of 2G and the type of technology we're looking at, there's still a number of users who use it. And then you can see the data speeds were about 256 kbps. We moved to Mbps in the era of 3G. About 2008, we went to LTE 4G, which is where a lot of people are getting to speeds up to 1 Gbps. And now most of you who are possibly on the Safaricom network here are experiencing our great 5G network, great speeds within this facility, and as we continue to extend it. But what does this mean to users? What it looked like is back in the day you would send SMSs, and that was a big deal, just being able to do an SMS. I remember the era where we then moved to BlackBerry and they had their own messenger. Then a time came where it wasn't just enough to send SMSs. You are also sending pictures. And if that wasn't cool enough, now we send videos. And as much as the graph I was showing was demonstrating the technology evolution, there was a lot of evolution in terms of memories and communication. But in this new era of 5G, 6G, we now begin to bring AI into focus. And we begin to take quantum leaps, as I would say, in terms of digital possibilities. Right now, 5G and AI are existing together and really transforming not just how we communicate, we're transforming industries, we're transforming how quick we can be able to do things even between continents. But it's still two technologies that are running side by side. When we look to 6G, it will have AI embedded in it. AI will actually be at the core of this technology and how we communicate. And I'll talk a bit about that. It's moving from what we are describing from the Internet of Things to the Internet of Everything, from augmented reality to extended reality. And some of the three big things that we expect to see in terms of the benefits to AI is ultra low latency. That means you can do a lot more, you can make decisions quicker. High bandwidth, and a lot of edge computing integration. When we were double-clicking on what this means, and I don't want to scare you, it means that you, even as a human being, and every single connected device can become a cell for communication. And instead of the big base stations, some of them you've seen here, all of a sudden our signals would be able to actually pass between human beings and devices. What it means for cars is it's not just you have an intelligent car, but cars are actually communicating between them. And so this is where the world is looking at about 2030, but we don't know even if it may even come sooner. As we look at what will be the big leap in communication, we say holographic communication. And that's quite big, because if you're looking, for example, to have a conference call, you'd be able to be seated in your office and you're visually seeing people in another office seated around a table. And so perhaps no need to have big boardrooms, but the boardroom would actually be visually laid out, and people from their own desk, living room, would also be able to join the meeting. So right now, you may have seen some holograms. I think there was, in the opening day, I think we had some Safaricom business ones showing, but that now will be a lot more about human beings and people being able to step up. We'd be looking at, compared to 5G, energy efficiency in terms of that technology. It would be the era of networks. As I said, so many, instead of just having cell sites, cells will be so much smaller and be able to be portable almost in everything. So it's that era of connecting everything. A few months ago, a team of mine won a hackathon because they made a digital twin of mine, and you can Google that competition and how it went. But now everybody would be in this era of a twin, and just think about yourself in multiple places, different parts of you, in this era of AI, speaking different languages, being able to understand other languages. I know it sounds so far-fetched from a telco perspective, but when we bring into consideration what we're already seeing in AI, we see it's very, very possible. We're talking about some of the use cases like the sixth sense and multidimensional communication network. Beyond what we see sometimes in terms of people doing surgery and other things, this would actually take it to the extreme where every single person, you'll question whether do you still need to have classrooms, do you still need to go for football games, or you can actually go sit in a stadium from where you're seated in your office or your home and be able to participate in what's going on. Big implications to manufacturing. I spoke about telemedicine. From a customer's perspective, the big benefits that would come is just a lot of real time in terms of AI. This AI that seems so far would actually be embedded, and being in a position where you're able to make decisions, you have access to data across the globe from billions and billions of computers, including people, all at your fingerprints, at the tip of your fingers. But what do we see as the implications to Africa? As Africa is rising, we need to not wait for this technology to find us, but we need, as a continent, to step up in a leading position to take advantage of 6G. This means looking at the infrastructure investment that's required, the digital superhighway that's been discussed here from the head of state to the ministers. How are we going to leverage it? And as we are building networks later on after others, how can they be truly digital? We have an opportunity to leapfrog just because of the delay, to leverage the newest technologies in how we are rolling out our networks and bridging the digital divide. We need to think about policy and regulation, ethical AI, data protection, internet safety. What does this mean when people are actually connected? We need to start capacity building, so we have the capabilities. The absence of legacy means that we can train our young people in this new technology, so they are not just best placed to roll it out in our continent, but they are best placed even to roll it out across. And then sustainability, and last but not least, partnership. So mine was just to introduce you, to give you a snippet, to know that this technology is coming. As Safaricom, we are ready to partner with players across the industry and government, but more so to ensure that we harness this technology for the good of our country and our continent. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, George. Let's appreciate him one more time. Thanks for taking us through what that transition from 5G to 6G will look like. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, our chief guest is arriving or has arrived into the premises, and we will be expecting him in here in just a moment after he does a tour of the booths. So we will be waiting for him patiently. And in the meantime, I'd like to request our tech team to continue playing a couple of videos as we await his entrance into the main plenary hall. And once His Excellency walks in, from his team, we have the State MC, Rose Gakuo, who will be facilitating the rest of the program together with myself and the team from the Office of the Executive. So we keep requesting your patience, but he has arrived and will be making his way into the plenary.
I am proud and honored to welcome all to the Connected Africa Summit 2024, at which we gather to inaugurate the sunrise of Africa's digital transformation.
Africa is a continent full of economic growth potential, and in my view, technology is the key to prosperity as we work together to shape the future of Connected Africa.
We need to move together as Africa so that we come up with policies, laws, and regulations that speak to each other as opposed to being discordant to each other.
Betting on Africa's future now is the best investment decision with unprecedented immediate and long-term benefits. Any serious investor who does not have his focus in the African continent has some correction to make. Ladies and gentlemen, the Connected Africa Summit at this point is officially opened, and I thank you.
It's exciting to be here at day 2 of the Connected Africa Summit at Uhuru Gardens. I have learned so much, and it's only day 2, so I'm excited about day 3 and day 4.
We are talking about Africa because Africa is our business. When Africa collapses, we collapse.
As we embrace the fourth industrial revolution, AI emerges as a catalyst for innovation, driving efficiencies across several industries, creating new opportunities for an inclusive growth.
There's a lot of energy in this forum, and I would request a lot of people to come and attend the summit.
And we'd love for you guys to all come check it out.
First, I want to welcome all of us to the third day and sincerely appreciate all of you for your contributions in the various engagements.
It is imperative that digital transformation powered by technology of the future takes shape. And more specifically, in markets like ours of Africa, we must be mindful of both its development and potential to shape the future of our continent.
Wow, found the experience very, very exciting, very new, very opening, eye-opening, especially to the world globally. It was the greatest experience, one of the greatest summits I've ever been to, teaching us the importance of technology, how we must engage as a country, as a continent, as people, as mothers and sisters. Yeah, so it's one of the summits that I think we needed most often than not.
Does the hassle of purchasing insurance for your cargo during importation wear you out? Introducing the Coral Mini app on the M-Pesa app that allows clearing agents and importers compare quotes, pay for marine cargo insurance, and view certificates on their phones wherever they are 24/7. Opt in as a clearing agent. Open the Coral Mini app on M-Pesa app. Enter your company's KRA PIN. Enter your individual KRA PIN. Enter your work email address. Accept the terms and conditions. Select Opt in. Input your M-Pesa PIN. Section and select the IDF. You're good to go.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Rose Gakuo. I'm Secretary Administration in the Office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. We are indeed delighted we have come to the close of the Connected Africa Summit 2024. Rather a successful event. Shortly, His Excellency the Deputy President will be joining us. Our esteemed guests, our honorable ministers from across countries in the continent have already taken their positions, and we're delighted all to be here. Once His Excellency will be stepping in, we all rise so that we can also play the national anthem and the East Africa anthem. And Madam Annette, who is a member of the ICT board in the country, will lead us in a word of prayer so that we can officially start our program. This is a kind call, therefore, to the presentations from the M-Pesa Foundation Academy, the Build Health for Africa Hackathon, to be well prepared, as we'll be getting to presentations immediately after. So this is to ready the students and the participants from M-Pesa Foundation Academy and Build Health for Africa Hackathon, specifically the Zahara Group. You're most welcome, and we'll be starting our program shortly. Perhaps if you can see from our screens, we have His Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, who is flanked by more senior government officials from across the continent, visiting several of the exhibition stands that have been displaying their works, their projects, as has been throughout the Africa Connected Summit. Most welcome. May I please invite Madam Annette Mutuku to the fore. The board member ICT, please, Madam Annette. Please come forward so that we're also able to save on time during prayer after the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we all be upstanding as we welcome His Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua. Your Excellency Deputy President, ladies and gentlemen, as we remain upstanding, I wish at this juncture to request we play the national anthem and the East Africa anthem. Still on our feet, may I now invite Annette Mutuku, an ICT Authority member in the country, to lead us in prayer.
Let us pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for this opportunity to be here at the Connected Africa Summit. We thank you, Lord, for the last 4 days, this being the last day you've been with us, oh God. We thank you for every conversation that has been had, Lord, for advancing our digital initiatives across not only Kenya, but across Africa. Thank you for every deliberation. Thank you for every solution that has been discovered through these platforms. And we pray that even as we conclude, you're going to give us wisdom to implement every decision that has been made through this summit, oh God. How we pray, Lord, even on this last final closing session, that you're going to lead us, oh God. We pray for a great closure, oh God. We want also to thank you, Lord, for our nation. Thank you, Lord, for all the visitors that have come here from across Africa, Lord, Jehovah Father. And we pray that, King of all glory, as we continue this day, oh Lord, that you're going to bless every nation that is represented here, oh God, that you will be the God of Africa, Lord, even as you lead us, Lord, not only in ICT, Lord, in all the other sectors. We are grateful, Lord, for the gift of rain, and we continue to pray that, Lord, you will give it sufficiently, Lord, not to destroy, but to benefit us. Thank you, we thank you, and we bless you. In Jesus' name do we pray and believe. Amen.
Thank you, Madam Annette. Your Excellency, sir, ladies and gentlemen, shall we take our seats? Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, the Cabinet Secretary, Information, Communications and Digital Economy, Honorable Eliud Owalo, and counterparts from across the continent, including Honorable Leokadi Ndagasiaba of Burundi, Honorable Ndati Murosi of Lesotho, Honorable Mohamed Maulid Mohammed of Sarawi, Dr. Michael Makwe Lueth of South Sudan, Principal Secretaries present in the information and digital sectors and other sectors, Your Excellency, including Engineer John Tanui from Kenya, Dr. Beula Chirume of Zimbabwe, Baldwin Chiamwaka of Malawi, the Senator, who is also the chair of the ICT committee in the country, Honorable Alan Chesang, all heads and representatives of delegations, young innovators and students, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, sir, it is indeed a great pleasure to have you here for the closing ceremony of what has been a rather successful Connected Africa Summit of this year, 2024, themed to unlock growth beyond connectivity, even as Africa works on a singular position to leverage on growing ICT trends. Your Excellency, without further ado, I wish now to call upon the presentations sector, where we're going to start with the M-Pesa Foundation Academy, and these will be presented, Your Excellency, by Frederick Njoroge and Cheryl Cosmos. Your Excellency, from the M-Pesa Foundation Academy, the students will be here to give an AI loan approval system presentation. As they take the stage, get ready to witness how the innovative approach is transforming the landscape of loan applications and approvals. Please, let's give them a round of applause. Welcome, Frederick. Welcome, Cheryl.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So, welcome all to our groundbreaking AI loan approval system. In a world where time is of the essence and financial decisions are paramount, we thought of coming up with an idea, or rather a decision, whereby it represents efficiency and accuracy in the lending and borrowing of loans. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our AI system does not only depict the approval process, but also ensures fairness and efficiency in the approval process. Frederick will take us more on this. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For the implementation of our AI system, we needed to integrate data analysis skills, Python coding skills, and data science skills, which are all essentials of AI. Special appreciations to Codris, a platform where we learned Python course, and it was very educative, and we gained a lot from it. So AI is like a human. It mimics the human behavior, and it can be trained, it can learn, and it can also predict when it is needed to. So today, that is what we're going to do. We are going to use a public data set. This is a data set that I got from Chrome. A disclaimer is that we should all know that loan approval criteria can vary across banks. So there might be variation in the data set leading to the loan approval decisions. So this is a data set that we got from the Google Chrome, and it is the one that we trained our model on. We have 12 columns and 4,269 entries, as you can see. These are indicators that are used to determine if a person is approved for a loan or not. You can see we have the loan amount, the loan term, the CIBIL score, which is the Credit Information Bureau India Limited, a numerical representation of a person's creditworthiness based on his credit history. Does he pay loans or not? Does he pay loans on time or not? That is all about CIBIL score. So next slide, we have the data analysis bit of the project. This is where I analyze the data. The data analysis bit contains it helps me to know which the best algorithm to implement my project with. Data analysis is like knowing the best technique to teach a child based on how he learns. It's the best technique to know how to teach a child based on how he learns. So that's what basically data analysis is. The next slide contains the model. I know you don't understand what is there, so this model simply, the way you can't read a person's mind is the way you can't read that model. It's encryption, but you can also translate it to a language that humans can understand. The next slide, we have the code. Now, after we've trained the model, we now want to create the interface and the mechanism of the model. This is where now we are going to integrate HTML and Python to create a Flask application that is going to create a user interface. So the next slide contains the Python file, where the next slide contains the user interface. So this is the user interface. I'm going to take you testing of the application. You can go, yeah. So these are indicators that an individual is going to put so that you can know if that person is approved for a loan or not. We have the number of dependents. That is simply people who depend on you, children. That is 2. Education, maybe let's take the person is a graduate, while he's self-employed. Annual income, assuming that he earns 50,000 per month, we can say that that is 600,000 per year. The loan amount, maybe he wants to fill up stock, that 5,000, where the loan term is 5 months. The CIBIL score, which I said is the Credit Information Bureau India Limited, might be 760. It is normally out of 900, and a good CIBIL score is considered to be between 700 and 900. That is what a good CIBIL score is. On the next slide, we have the residential assets value. All these assets value, residential, commercial, luxury, and bank. Let's say I have a residential assets value of 450,000, a commercial assets value of 450,000 still, luxury assets value of 560,000, bank assets value of 345,000. When we predict this, this is the result. The loan gets approved. Now that is how our project works, and we feel like this project holds something for the future. It is going to reduce the potential biases that usually occur when people are applying for loans, and it is also going to help to reduce the lengthy periods that are there when people are applying for loans. We encourage all the banking industry to adopt this process because it's going to help them reduce the operational cost. And in as much as loan approval criteria differs, we should, I encourage the banking industry to centralize this system so that all banks can use this system as one, and all users can use these systems for all banks. Thank you. I hand it over to Cheryl.
Now, all said and done, we would like to welcome any one of you who would like to visit our academy. I'm sure you'll get to have ideas which are there to solve real-world problems. This is M-Pesa Foundation Academy. It's at your service. You can come at the academy, visit us, and check on our ideas. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for our young innovators. Your Excellency, that is a show of the continuous efforts to continue mentoring the young ones. Your Excellency, up on stage, we have other finalists, that is Zahara, under the Build for Africa Hackathon. These are the finalists, Your Excellency, and they will be presenting to us a maternal care platform for mothers to gain knowledge on maternal health and schedule appointments with medical physicians using geolocation. The platform is able to connect expectant mothers using USSD, video conferencing, and progressive web apps to verified healthcare professions. Wambiri Isaac, Ian Masharia, Maureen Chemutai, and Faith Wamboi, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Zahara. These are my members, and we are from Build for Health, and we'd like to introduce our project, which is called Zahara. Zahara is a platform that tries to bridge the gap between mothers and maternal health services across the board through USSD and through our web platform. So our project, we are just going to go straight into the demo. Instead of we are going to explain the breadth of the project as we go. So we have our platform. We've already gone a landing page where we are outlining all our services for people who want to access the web platform. So we can go, you have your chatbot there, you have all of your services there. We give you access to maternal health documents, to doctors. We give you access from your home through teleconferencing, through the board, and so on. We have used artificial intelligence and other services, machine learning and so on, so that we can analyze maternal patterns, questions they ask, and we have trained our chatbot to give you results and answers. As you can see, we have a prompt there. So we are going to ask trimester-based questions about diet, about posture, things that affect mothers that they have to go to a clinic on a daily basis to get the information from. You just get them from our platform. So we are going to query our chatbot. As you can see, we have included some information on the platform, and that's our response. It gives you a breakdown of what you can do, how you can communicate with your kids, with your with very keen detail to everything. We have also given you a Find a Doctor platform, which uses geomapping and geolocation. So you can find doctors near you, gives you a landing page where you can see the doctor, get the number, call the doctor, video chat with the doctors. We have a full-fledged teleconferencing platform, and this is just the start of it. And that's our payment page, our landing page, where you can communicate with the doctor. You can just pay, start the call, talk to your doctor, tell him what's going on with your body, tell him what's going on with the kid, tell him what stage you are in the pregnancy, and the doctor will guide you. To cater for mothers who are in the rural areas, people who don't have access to mobile platforms, web platforms, doesn't have a smartphone, with your feature phone, you can access the exact same services. You can talk to a doctor. You can also order for emergency services. So maybe you need an ambulance, you don't need to go on, call your friend, like we do in Kenya. You call a friend to give you his car to take the kid to the hospital. No. Dial the USSD, you get the doctor, tells you an ETA of how far the ambulance is from you, and the ambulance comes to you. Very simple, very simplified. You don't need to have a smartphone to do that. It also provides an information platform. What that means is, if you need to know data about diet for the kid, what you know you're supposed to do during the second trimester and so on, you just go to the STK as it is in the web platform, dial the USSD, get the data. If you need more information, just select the option. You get more communication through SMS. And if you need even more, we have a helpline, just call. You have a certified and ready-made doctor to talk to you. So we are trying to leverage technologies that have been there across the board, that have been leveraged in Kenya and across Africa, but we're trying to combine it into a platform that has teleconferencing, has USSD, caters for every mother at an affordable model. So we're not planning to make it so expensive to be exhibitive to the mothers who are in rural areas. Everybody is catered for. And so that I don't talk about the mother aspect, because that is not something I am fully qualified to talk about. How about I give a team member of mine 30 seconds, 10 seconds to talk about it, because she is a mother. So.
Okay, to wrap it up, I can imagine a world where we mothers are empowered and supported to take care of our children and nurture that life from the conception to our motherhood journey. Okay, I think we can solve issues with information health when we are going to perform first aid for our children, and I think this platform is an important tool that we can adopt as a government, so that it's a platform that is tailored for us mothers. Thank you.
Therefore, as we close the stage, as we complete our project pitch, we'd like to say this platform, the groundwork has already been built. With stakeholders and some funding, we can scale this project in Kenya, across Africa. We have already implemented some of the data languages platforms. So if you need to talk Burundi, any language, the platform is scalable. It is for us, it is for our mothers, because that's where we came from, that's where we aim. They are the source of our life. Thank you very much.
Please, another round of applause as the Zahara team exits the stage. Your Excellency, sir, indeed, technology has been the present, and without doubt is the future. Your Excellency, having witnessed firsthand the global skill set presented by our young innovators, allow me most humbly now to have on stage Stanley Kamanguya, who is the CEO of the ICT Authority in Kenya, to lead us through the next session. Welcome, CEO.
Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, our Cabinet Secretary, Eliud, and all other ministers, our Principal Secretaries, Your Excellency, allow me to ride on the protocols already established in the interest of time. It is with great honor, Your Excellency, to welcome us here in this closing session of the Connected Africa Summit 2024. We have had a very, very intense 4 days of discussions, Your Excellency, and we have had representation from at least 49 countries across Africa and beyond. At this juncture, Your Excellency, I want, before I make a few remarks, you allow me to welcome one of my peers from Sierra Leone to come and make just two quick remarks on behalf of all the CEOs and DGs from ICT authorities and regulatory bodies that we did have a session with. Please welcome Mahama Sato.
Your Excellency, Vice President of the Republic of Kenya, please allow me to stand on existing protocols. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor for me to give the closing remarks on behalf of the regulators and authorities that have attended the summit. Connected Africa organizers, your hospitality has been exemplary. We say thank you. You have made our stay an unforgettable one. This summit has challenged our imaginative processes to continue thinking in the future. As regulators, we are tasked to create the enabling environment for mobile network operators to work and thrive, as well as seek the interest of our citizens. Creating the space involves making policies inclusive of taxes, infrastructure development, energy, etc. So in collaboration with our ministers and our PSs, we will put together roadmaps for our respective countries. But Connected Africa will provide that platform for continental collaborations and cooperations that is needed right now to move our continent into the future. Sharing our positive experiences, challenges, opportunities, and skills will provide a leverage system that will enable all countries within this group to improve in innovation and transform our continent. Every country in Africa today has ICT as a priority. These are in the form of the big fives, the high fives, and the link fives. For instance, in my country, Sierra Leone, innovation and technology is one of the big 5 game changers, changer manifesto ideas of our president, retired Brigadier Julius Maada Bio. And this is poised to improve agriculture, education, create jobs and reforms that are fit for the 21st century revolution. We will take home all these discussions and skills gained here to influence our decision-making and implementation processes. These decisions will involve the young, the aged, the formally educated, the informally educated, and women. Together, we can come up with solutions to our common challenges as well as our unique problems. We must consciously invest and unlock the she tech potential, gender balance, connectivity, affordability, accessibility for all citizens of Africa. And Connected Africa, being a very formidable entity, can bridge that gap and close the divide we see now in terms of our levels of participation in the ICT world. As implementing authorities in our respective countries, we must collaborate to harness the rising sun of technology in Africa. And yes, we will. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General. Your Excellency, as you can see from the remarks of the Director General, we have agreed in one voice as the ICT authorities and regulators to work towards a digitally enabled African continent. Allow me, Your Excellency, first of all, to thank you for being here with us and supporting this initiative of bringing together all our countries with the agenda of digital transformation. Your Excellency, the connected journey has been a long journey but very exciting. Some of the innovations that we are seeing here today, we hope that just as we have seen before, some of them are going to be able to scale to commercial levels. From the various connected summits that we have held before, we have a number of
innovations that are already in the market, and also other critical interventions that have led to public sector transformation, including, Your Excellency, the system that you just saw on eCitizen is a product of one of our connected summits. Your Excellency, I want to thank also in a special way all our delegates and our sponsors and partners for collaborating with us. Allow me also, Your Excellency, to thank our CS and the ministry team and the ministerial committee that has put this event together, as well as the ICT Authority Board and the Secretariat for their efforts and the many endless and sleepless nights that they put in to bring this together. We also thank you, Your Excellency, and with your leadership and that of the President, for trusting us to put this together, and we appreciate. As I conclude, Your Excellency, there are a number of issues that have come to the fore during these 4 days of discussions. Number one is that we must include into the equation of into the equation of growth in Africa, the issue of digitalization and digital economy. We have witnessed how technology is shaping every sector of the economy, and therefore that conversation of including the digital economy to propel growth must continue. Number two, from the discussions that we've had, it is clear that we are operating below our full potential. But that said, we have also seen the huge opportunities that we have, including some of the talents that we are seeing here. From our young people, we also have huge opportunities in terms of natural resources that can go towards manufacturing for technology. Lastly, Your Excellency, it has become clear that for us to achieve our goals and aspirations of digitizing Africa, we can only do so through collaboration in government, between governments and private sector, and between government and development partners. With those few remarks, Your Excellency, allow me to introduce our board chair to make a few remarks. Honorable Sylvanus Maritim.
Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua, our Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Eliud Owalo, and the ministers from the region, our PS, Chair ICT, and writing on the protocol already established. Good afternoon. Mine, Your Excellency, is to welcome you. But most importantly, thank you for finding time to join us today. It means a lot to us as a ministry. It is a clear indication that indeed Kenya, and particularly the government of the day, believes and is committed in transforming lives and empowering lives through ICT. Your Excellency, for the last couple of days, we've learned a lot. Our take-home basket is full. We've picked the best practice across the region. We've shared our success stories. We've identified the gaps. We know what we are supposed to do, and I want to confirm and affirm that as ICT board, we are going to play our role to ensure that we keep the wheels of digitalization rolling. Your Excellency, allow me also to, in a special way, thank Waziri, Honorable Eliud Owalo, with your team, Engineer P.S. Tanui, and Professor Kisiang'ang'i. You've demonstrated leadership. We are here today because you've held our hands. I know I've not said this before, but I personally feel lucky to walk around men of integrity, men who are always ready to support. And for sure, on behalf of the board, I also want to confirm and commit that as ICT authority, we are going to ensure that we stand firm and discharge the mandate of the government. Allow me also, on behalf of the board, to thank our sponsors, delegates, speakers. You know, you've all jointly ensured that our dream, an idea that came into power last year, has become a reality today. As we go home, let us remember that there is nothing for us without us. I will encourage all of us to each one of us plug into the digital sockets as we work together. Otherwise, as I conclude, I will want to recognize my colleagues, chairpersons who are here. We have Sunday Oyalo, who is the chair of Kenya Yearbook. We have Maria Wambui, who is the chairperson of CA. And we have also my board. I'm sure they are here. We appreciate for the work that we've been doing. At this point in time, allow me to invite Engineer John Tanui to make his remarks. I thank you.
Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, our Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Information, Communication and Digital Economy, Honorable Eliud Owalo, Cabinet Secretaries and Ministers from the region, my colleague, PSS, and Director General, CEOs, sponsors, partners, and delegates. Good afternoon. Your Excellency, this is a special moment for us as a country to be able to host this event. Kenya has held an event we've called Connected for the last 12 years. And the team started dreaming of bringing the entire continent here. This is our maiden inaugural conference, bringing the continent here. And we've had wonderful 4 days. We've connected, we've engaged, we've learned from each other. Our young people have been able to even impress us and surprise us with their knowledge and depth of what's happening in this emerging space. Your Excellency, we have colleagues from the continent, my colleague PSS from the region. On behalf of all of them, I'll ask Baldin PS from Malawi to come and make a few remarks on behalf of all of us. Samuel Chiyi Mwaka. Samuel, please come over. We also, as I introduced the other PSS, we have from Lesotho, Kanono Ramashol is here. Please stand up. We have from Zimbabwe, Dr. Buela, she's here. We also have PS from Uganda who was with us, Siwade, Dr. Siwade, she left, and also from the country, I have Patrick Gilemi from Kenya, Susan Mangeni for cooperatives. Also, we had PS Kisiangani and other several PSS who have been with us the last 2 days. So on behalf of the PSS, I'll ask my colleague, Samuel Baldwin, to make a few remarks. Welcome.
Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, Your Excellency have been advised that there is a more honorable, remarkable way of pronouncing your name, Rigiji. I hope I'm correct, Your Excellency. Cabinet Secretaries, ICT and Digital Economy, Honorable Eliud Owalo, all Honorable Ministers present here, John Tanui, PSICT Kenya, and all our colleagues, Principal Secretaries present, the Board Chairman, CEO, ICT Authority, and all Board Chairpersons available, CEOs, and their representatives available here. Ambassadors, and all protocols observed. Good afternoon, habari yenu. I will start with a quote, which I'm sure for all of us is still fresh and memorable. Through collaboration and innovation, we will lay a sustained foundation of connectivity and empower the people of Africa to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals as well as the AU's Agenda 2063. President William Ruto, Connected Africa Summit 2024. This has been the golden thread throughout the summit, in the breakaway sessions, plenary sessions, and all activities. We ran across this theme of collaboration, collaboration, collaboration to digitalize Africa. Now, building on the call by His Excellency President Ruto, honorable ministers and distinguished speakers, I would like to highlight the following as takeaways and lessons from this conference. Of course, I should address Your Excellency to say these are the takeaways that came through. I will not really bore you with a long list because some have already been highlighted, but just so you are sure that we were very serious. We took our time to really concentrate and make sure that we come up with resolutions. Allow me to just share a few. Number one, the call to fast-track Africa's digital transformation will require close collaboration and dedication by all African governments. And of course, by mentioning government on behalf of my PSAs, I spoke to our President, His Excellency, Dr. Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera 2 days ago, conveying greetings from President Ruto, and he's strongly behind Connected Africa. I also spoke to our Honorable Minister, who was supposed to be here, who gave me a blessing to be here, and that's why maybe I look confident, not nervous, because I know they are behind Connected Africa. He too also gives his blessing. I believe it is the same way with all my colleagues, the PSAs. Now, governments and key stakeholders should aim at developing forward-looking and people-centric policies that will bring connectivity to the continent's total population. Engagement among peers with action points drawn from the summit are very key. And number two, the summit has emphasized on key issues that require to be persuaded by all of us, including number one, digital inclusion. I will not elaborate, just run through them. Under ICT infrastructure, we have learned that we need to evaluate the progress made expanding ICT infrastructure, but also make our governments digital, that is electronic, and smart cities. We also talked about one citizen, one ID, and breaking the barriers that prohibit e-trade and e-commerce. The thematic areas discussed range from the need to exploit the power of artificial intelligence. We saw the young people here from PES Academy and also the other group ably demonstrating about artificial intelligence and ensure that AI works for and is relevant for African needs and aspirations, but also to leverage our young talent to increase the agility in the adoption of technology. These and many, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, have been the key themes that came up. As I conclude, Your Excellency, allow me just to provide the way forward that the PSAs have come up with to concretize the resolutions that we've made. Number one, we have agreed a creation of PSAs forum to be named later, but also creation of secretariat with a staff combination of public and the private sector, development of roadmap with clear targets and indicators, development of a concept note including manifesto with clear objectives, formation of ICT authorities, collaborative efforts on table currently are, these are fruits, low-hanging fruits that we have already seen. Kenya will be supporting Sudan and Malawi on setting their ICT authorities. He's nodding in agreement. And then also a unopposed visit by Malawi delegation to Konza as we contemplate on our Mvela Smart City. We have already started plucking the fruits of collaboration. Finally, Your Excellency, allow me to say thanks. I've lost 2 kgs while I'm here, not because I haven't been fed. There was plenty of food, plenty to enjoy. And the smiles around from, staff, from the ministry, starting with the cabinet secretary there, who has been present all the time, gave all of us as PSs the bravery to face the lions in the national park. And even to make a decision to be coming here frequently. So our thanks on behalf of all the delegates go to the Kenyan government for the excellent hosting and coordination of the summit. You've raised the bar, the standards are very high, the shoes are big. The hospitality demonstrated and friendliness shown by the organizing team. But also, as we come to the end, the Connected Africa Summit, I want to express my gratitude to everyone who took part. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, peers. Dr. Buela Chirume, please come and make a few remarks. Your Excellency, I didn't introduce one of our colleagues, the peers from South Sudan. Dr. Lado is here. Thank you. And we have an MOU we are implementing to ensure that the connectivity between Kenya and South Sudan is realized, and from there all the way to the Atlantic Ocean. Welcome, my sister.
Thank you very much, PS. Let me start by acknowledging the presence of His Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Rigathi Gachagua, please forgive my pronunciation, the Cabinet Secretary. Let me also acknowledge the presence of all honorable ministers, principal secretaries, and everyone who is actually here. I'm so happy this afternoon that as I speak to you, President Ruto is in Zimbabwe and we are hosting him for the Zimbabwe International Trade Fair. So that already gives a sense of the collaboration between Zimbabwe and Kenya, the Republic of Kenya, and also what has been actually cemented here as we have been connecting with all ministers across the African continent, principal secretaries here to map the way forward for the digital economy. Let me say that on behalf of the Zimbabwean government and fellow African governments that participated at the Connected Africa Summit, I extend our warmest congratulations and heartfelt appreciation to the government of Kenya for the outstanding hosting of the Connected Africa Summit. This remarkable event provided a vital platform for the continent to come together and deliberate on key topics that are shaping Africa's digital future. You also learned from my colleague who has just spoken the outcomes, what we came up with as permanent secretaries or principal secretaries on the way forward in shaping the digital evolution of the African continent. The summit's focus on digital connectivity, safeguarding growth and building resilience resonated deeply with the aspirations and priorities of the African nations. We commend Kenya's leadership and dedication to addressing the digital divide, which remains a significant challenge across the country. They've not just addressed the digital divide, they've also addressed the gender digital divide. I was supposed to speak in the SheTech, but I couldn't get an opportunity, but I hope next time we also will be able to speak to that. We were also happy that, very interesting topics were actually discussed here. I participated in the smart villages and other such conversations, issues around the cyberspace, artificial intelligence, which we saw what young people are actually doing, big data, policy and regulation of these emerging technologies, and also the importance of creating, enabling, and secure environment for our digital transformation initiatives. We were particularly, Your Excellency, inspired by the emphasis on leveraging digital technology to drive agricultural transformation and enhance food security in Africa. And our concern really was on the youth, and we were actually saying there's no need for the rural to urban migration, but that our youth can engage sustainably in initiatives on ICT. We were also happy that, this aligns with the goals and aspirations of many African nations, including Zimbabwe. Your Excellency, this Connected Africa Summit, we were in the meeting for principal secretaries this morning, and I also underscored the fact that it is a catalyst for collaboration, knowledge sharing, and partnership building among African nations. I was telling my counterpart here that now I know the PS from Malawi, I know the PS from Kenya, and the rest of from Sudan and such other countries, giving us the platform to communicate and share experiences and not start afresh where we can actually share knowledge. Once again, Your Excellency, we express our sincere appreciation to the government of Kenya for this wonderful hosting of the Connected Africa Summit. And we are confident that the leaders of this event will continue to energize the continent and propelling Africa towards a future of digital empowerment, economic prosperity, and social progress. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Dr. Buela Chirume. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, as you've heard from our colleagues, through Connected Summit, we have found a platform to connect. We've come to know each other, and we've also found an opportunity as a continent to have a common position on some of the most pressing issues of the world and of the continent, one being connectivity. Other include emerging issues, artificial intelligence, which were well explained by the M-Pesa school and also the other application. We also realize we need to adopt a common approach on issues of cybersecurity and also look at how to position our continent on issues of semiconductors, which are shaping the next step of economic development. Your Excellency, the position we've taken will be shared by our cabinet secretaries, which will guide the decisions which have been made by the ministers and the principal secretaries who are here. We've agreed to work together as one, as a continent, and we've realized as the continent, these are the leaders who are going to address the challenges of the continent. Finally, Your Excellency, we really want to thank you for coming to grace this closing ceremony, and also for your commitment for the youth of Kenya and the youth of the continent. There is no day I meet you, Your Excellency, and you do not remind me about the youth of our country and the youth of our continent. Even as we went through the exhibition, you still talk to us about the youth of our country. Thank you, continue, Your Excellency, and this platform will enable our youth of the continent to share, to connect, and see any good thing from any of the countries can be easily adopted. If there is a great solution in Zimbabwe, it can be used in South Sudan, used in Kenya, in Malawi, and vice versa. So that is the platform this summit is creating for us. Without further ado, Your Excellency, it's my honor to invite our Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Eliud Owalo, to make his remarks. Welcome, Waziri.
Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, fellow Cabinet Secretaries, Permanent and Principal Secretaries, Chairpersons of the boards of various parastatals, all delegates, our partners, and all protocols observed. This is a great day, Your Excellency, both for Kenya and Africa, because we have just concluded a very, very important platform for thought leadership in the digital space. We had representation from a whopping 49 countries, and that representation was constituted the ministers, the industry, and our partners. And through these discussions, we have managed to scan the operational environment to discern the challenges we have faced in the digital space and what we need to do to overcome those challenges. We have taken into context the milestones we have realized and what we need to do to sustain them moving forward. We have determined the gaps and what we need to do to close those gaps. And moving forward, we have clearly articulated what our critical tech success factors should be, which have informed the thematic areas or the key result areas for Africa as a continent in the technological space. And we have also come up with very, very clear programs and activities that we need to implement. Allow me, therefore, Your Excellency, with your permission, to call upon my colleague, the Minister for ICT from Lesotho, to come forward on behalf of all the ministers and everybody else who has been part and parcel of this process to articulate the attendant resolutions emanating from this Connected Africa Summit 2024. Welcome, my sister.
Thank you, the Cabinet Secretary of ICT in Kenya. Let me start by paying my respects to you, Your Excellency Deputy President, and the Cabinet Secretaries, especially you, my colleague, and other honorable ministers here present, and all the senior officials with us today. Please allow me to say all protocol observed. It has been a very exciting 4 days, and I am honored to be giving a summary of what we have come up with as ministers, the culmination of the deliberations and the discussions and the questioning that we did over the 4 days. It has been the 4 days where we took a closer look on where we are on the digitization journey that all countries are taking. And it was humbling to realize that while some of us are still dreaming of certain things, in Kenya, those things are happening. And we thank Kenya for, yes, they do deserve a round of applause. Some are, like I said, are still on the visioning stage. Some are on the planning stage. Some are implementing. Kenya is already reviewing targets, what they have been able to achieve. And we all learned something. The previous speaker talked about the basket that is full. Mine is very full. I come from the Kingdom of Lesotho, and I would just want to say, well done with the Open University. I think we will have the Basotho students coming to learn here. It's like an answer to what we've been all longing for. a university which is not requiring anyone to go physically to the university. I think that is really commendable. There are many commendable achievements from this country, and from all the other countries that are assembled here, we've learned something. Let me not waste time, but go straight into what I am here to do, which is to read the Nairobi Declaration on Fostering a Connected and Empowered Africa, joint statement by African digital and tech ministers. We, the ministers in charge of information, communication, and technology in Africa, having convened at the Ministerial Exclusive Roundtable Forum at the Connected Africa 2024 under the leadership of CS Eliud Owalo, have deliberated extensively on harnessing the potential of digital technologies for the advancement of our continent. We have engaged in dialogue with esteemed representatives from across our diverse continent, as well as guest countries and international organizations such as the African Union, the United Nations, and the World Bank Group, to forge a path towards a more interconnected Africa. We reaffirm our declaration, as outlined in our meetings, to propel Africa into a digital future marked by equality, inclusion, sustainability, transparency, accountability, diversity, and respect for human rights, including privacy. Emphasizing the centrality of digitization and digital infrastructure to modern economies, we pledge to harness digital infrastructure and technologies to drive inclusive economic growth of at least 5% annually within the next decade. We envision Africa as a leading force in the realization of a Society 5.0, integrating technological advancement with human needs. In pursuit of these goals, we endorse the establishment of new collaborative mechanisms with measurable objectives to advance our shared vision for a digitally empowered Africa by 2030. The measurable objectives include to ensure that we are making tangible progress towards a digitally empowered Africa. We have established measurable objectives that will serve as benchmarks for our collective efforts. Those objectives focus on two critical areas, being expanding internet access and equipping the next generation with the skills needed to thrive in the digital world. By tracking our progress against these clear metrics, we can hold ourselves accountable and ensure we are on track to achieve our ambitious goals. The goals are as follows. We would like to increase internet access rates across Africa by 20% within the next 5 years. We would like to train 1 million young people in digital skills by 2027 through the capacity building mechanism. And we have identified the following as implementing strategies. To achieve the ambitious goals outlined in this declaration, we must translate vision into action. The key implementation strategies that will guide our collaborative efforts focus on securing the resources and developing the programs necessary to empower Africa's youth and bridge the digital divide. The strategies are as follows. To establish a task force dedicated to identifying and securing funding mechanisms for infrastructure development, exploring public-private partnerships, and fostering innovation in financing models. Number 2 is to develop specific training programs and online learning platforms for the capacity building mechanism, focusing on in-demand digital skills. We further acknowledge the need for diversified funding sources to achieve our goals, and we explore the following. 1, public-private partnerships, international aid, innovative financing mechanisms. We are committed to operationalizing these frameworks and reporting on our progress towards achieving these goals within the next 3 years, as subsequent ministerial meetings and forums. To further strengthen this digital transformation, we commit to 1, harmonize legislation and regulation of ICT across Africa to ensure a consistent and predictable regulatory environment that fosters innovation and investment. 2, to enable cross-border data transfer to facilitate trade and information sharing across regional blocks, unlocking the full potential of digital economy. 3, to promote knowledge sharing of artificial intelligence through benchmarking to enable African nations to develop effective strategies, policies, and frameworks for harnessing and transformative power of artificial intelligence. 4, harmonize taxation on ICT to incentivize investment in the sector, leading to faster infrastructure development and broader access to digital technologies for all citizens. 5, to foster establishment of continental digital platforms to facilitate e-commerce, financial inclusion, and other aspects of Africa's digital economy. 6, to collaborate towards ensuring that Africa participates in the manufacture of semiconductors and affordable digital devices. 7, which is the last one, to collaborate on data centers towards promoting investments in data center infrastructure and cloud services in Africa so as to propel Africa's digital transformation and innovation. We are also proud to announce the establishment of the Africa Cybersecurity and Artificial Intelligence Council to enhance the continent's capacity and capability to address emerging risks and accelerated digitalization. This council will serve as an advisory entity driving policies that align with our shared values and developmental goals. We call upon all stakeholders to join us in building a digitally empowered Africa for the benefit of our citizens. We extend our sincere appreciation to our partners and stakeholders for their expert contributions to our endeavors. We are committed to realizing a prosperous, digitally connected Africa that reflects our shared values. This declaration serves as a roadmap for achieving digitally empowered Africa. Through collaboration, innovation, and a commitment to these shared principles, we unlock the immense potential of technology to transform our continent. This is the end of the declaration, which has been made by the following ministers representing, I'll just mention the countries. We have Honorable Minister from Kenya, and Honorable Minister from Zambia, Honorable Minister from Burundi, Honorable Minister from Uganda, Honorable Minister from Rwanda, and Honorable Minister from Lesotho, Honorable Minister from Tanzania, Honorable Minister from Zimbabwe, Honorable Minister from Ghana, Honorable Minister from Sierra Leone, Honorable Minister from Somalia, Honorable Minister from Sahrawi, and Honorable Minister from South Sudan. That is not the end, we still have more. Honorable Minister from Malawi, Honorable Minister from Angola, and last but not least, Honorable Minister from Namibia. This is our declaration. If you could just give it a round of applause. It's been hard work. And thank you very much to the technical officers who helped to put it together. Thank you for a wonderful host. To the wonderful host, thank you very much for the warm welcome. Please pass our regards even to the Honorable President for allowing to see us that afternoon. It has been really well appreciated and commendable. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister.
Your Excellency, that is the tech roadmap for Africa by way of output as captured in that communique. We still have 3 cabinet secretaries here. I just want to introduce them, ministers from other countries, the ones who are still present. I just want to introduce them. We have got the cabinet minister from Burundi. Just stand up and wave to the crowd. We have the ICT cabinet minister from South Sudan. Just wave to the delegates. And then we also have the ICT cabinet minister from Sahrawi. Just wave. Most of the other cabinet ministers left yesterday due to other engagements. Your Excellency, allow me to appreciate the support and cooperation that we have so far gotten from our legislature. As you have heard from the communique, most of the ICT interventions that we want to introduce in Africa require the active support of our respective parliaments. I want to thank most sincerely our ICT Committee of the Senate, which is ably represented here by the Chair, Senator Alan Chesang, and the Vice Chair, Senator Miraj, and in equal measure, the ICT Committee of our National Assembly, led by Honorable KJ Kiare. They have been part and parcel of us in everything that we are doing, and without their support and cooperation, we would not have gotten this far. Subsequently, Your Excellency, through you, let me express our gratitude to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, for 2 things. 1, putting ICT at the center of the overall development agenda of this country. Our digital superhighway is a standalone thematic area in our Kenya Kwanza plan, and it's today not just an enabler to all the other facets of the plan that we are rolling out, but also a critical success factor for this country moving forward. And 2, may I again, through you, sincerely thank the President and yourself for always being available for constant guidance and tutelage, depending on unfolding events from time to time. You have always made sure that we are on track as far as the digital transformation agenda is concerned, and you have always been available for consultations depending on emerging issues in our operational environment. With those many remarks, ladies and gentlemen, today is the day of His Excellency the Deputy President. Kindly be upstanding and allow me to invite His Excellency the Deputy President to come and close this summit. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Minister. Please be seated. Honorable Ministers, Principal Secretaries, Excellency Ambassadors, Heads of Mission and Delegations, ICT and Innovation Thought Leaders, distinguished guests, business leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a pleasure joining you this afternoon for the closing of this highly insightful Connected Africa Summit 2024. The 4-day summit has been a vibrant conversation of the stakeholders from Africa and beyond on a renewed dedication to shaping a connected, inclusive, and more prosperous Africa. This year's theme, Shaping the Future of a Connected Africa, Unlocking Growth Beyond Connectivity, has framed our discussions, reminding us that digital transformation is not just about technology in infrastructure. It is about the diversity in people and meeting their needs. It is also about governments providing enabling policies and equitable partnerships that deliver value for everyone, leaving no one behind. Together, we have explored various dimensions of this transformation, from digital trade and e-commerce to innovative solutions for public health, education, among other sectors of the economy. As His Excellency President William Ruto noted, Africans are not just participants in the digital economy, they are the very designers of the current and future digital landscape. And this summit has represented the best and unique convergence of sectors, showcasing what is possible when we work together while connected. Let me congratulate the organizers and participants of this summit for anchoring the discussions of the African Union's Africa Digital Compact and the Africa Digital Economy Strategy underpinning Agenda 2063. These important frameworks reflect our collective vision and actionable plans that are shaping our approach to digital integration. They are the basis of transforming Africa into a global hub of technology and innovation, riding on the demographic advantages, mineral wealth, green energy capacity, among other resources. Indeed, inclusive technology is no longer the future. It is the present. Our continent is not just designed and destined to be an endless consumer of digital innovations. Africa must make digital innovation a lifestyle. Our people, especially the youth, are a potent resource that we are investing in for our continent to be an equal player in the global digital and innovation space, including in artificial intelligence. This underscores why this summit is timely and strategic in propelling the dream of Africa rising, where no one is left behind. Cultivating and strengthening partnerships in developing and enhancing the digital infrastructure of the continent places us on the path to overcoming various barriers. It also enables us to exploit the digital economy as the foremost opportunity for the youth to be job creators, not seekers. This is in addition to driving commerce under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, which has been ratified by 87% of the African states, effectively creating a market of over 1.2 billion people. Digital innovation is also a key enabler to addressing food insecurity, combating climate change, ending armed conflicts, among other challenges. Innovation facilitates development of industries, besides improving quality of life through the various sectors as government embrace electronic service delivery for efficiency and effectiveness. That is why I'm excited that the summit is heavily represented by key government decision makers, implementers, and influencers on enhancing skills of the civil service on unique technologies. What remains now is how we move from talking to action, with concrete, measurable milestones achievable before the next Connected Summit. We must be measured by the value of the connectivity, how many businesses have been created, how many young Africans have access to meaningful and gainful opportunities, how value chains in agriculture, health, or educational transformation have been transformed. For a sustained, connected continent in digital innovation for socio-economic growth, we call on all our sister countries to align their education systems to build a strong base of technocrats, firmly grounded on talent and contemporary needs-driven inventions. This is in addition to reviewing and standardizing policies for safety, security, and efficiency of investment past the borders of one country. On the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, cooperation and collaboration with partners beyond the continent cannot be gainsaid. We are ready to work together in research to gain insights from data to inform and guide transformative innovations. We invite investments, to ignite ideas into impactful innovations. To this end, I am pleased to learn that this summit has established a Connected Africa Secretariat that will take the resolutions and the practical actions forward. In this regard, I thank the Ministers for ICT for holding a dedicated session whose outcomes include a capacity building facility for leaders, an artificial intelligence ministerial council to lead the charge on Africa in emerging technologies. This is in addition to an agreement of a follow-up at the margins of the Africa Development Bank annual meeting, a convening of finance ministers, ministers of trade and ministers of ICT, the European Union, foundations and development partners on how to finance Africa's digital transformation. I therefore, on behalf of my boss, look forward to welcoming you in Nairobi in the next few months. On this note, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers, the Ministry of ICT and the Digital Economy, the ICT Authority, who have been our gracious hosts. I thank the participants and the partners for their invaluable contribution, which has led to the Connected Africa Summit 2024, Nairobi Declaration, which gives us a way forward on delivering the Africa we want. I now have the pleasure of declaring the Connected Africa Summit 2024 officially closed. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me, as I wind up, apologize to the visiting ministers who had difficulties pronouncing my name. It's a rather difficult name, but I'm not difficult myself. I'm a very simple person. My name being difficult has nothing about me. I'm a very simple guy. And that's why the young people here simplified that difficult name into something simple called Rigiji. I want to thank all our visitors for taking time to visit our beautiful country, to engage with our ICT people, and come up with the Nairobi Declaration. I want to say we'll be happy to host you again and again. And before you go, please take time to enjoy our hospitality. If you have time, fly to the Masai Mara and have a beautiful moment to see our wildlife, the best in the world. But don't go near the lions, just away from far. Again, I also want to ask you to spend time, if you can, go to Mombasa. We have very exotic beaches. You can do some sunbathing, and you can also enjoy our cultural heritage. What I'm trying to do in a nutshell is to encourage you not to go back with the foreign currency you came with from your country. Please make sure you spend it here. We need it. Make sure you spend all the dollars, all the euros, all the sterling pounds, all the francs, whatever currency you may have. Spend it here before you go home. So again, on behalf of the President, the government of Kenya, and the people of Kenya, we want to say thank you very much for visiting us. We love visitors, and we'll welcome you again and again to this beautiful country. When you go home, please give our greetings and give our warm regards to the people of your host countries. Asanteni sana. May God bless you and bless you abundantly. Thank you very much.
On stage, as I invite our Cabinet Secretary, Bwana Owalo, to appreciate Deputy President. Your Excellency, just before we let you sit down, delegates, please do have your seats for a moment. We've got an award ceremony that we'd like to celebrate our young innovators in the space of Health and Health Tech. We had a 48-hour hackathon, and out of that hackathon on Build Health for Africa, we got a number of teams that submitted and worked on proposals and have won awards today. Let's appreciate the first runners-up, Salama Plus, who received 100,000 shillings. Salama Plus is a vital medical information platform for epileptic persons. The platform is able to utilize NFC, USSD, and is a wearable technology that is able to share vital contact and medical information for administration of first aid. The platform allows epileptic patients to choose what medical and contact information they want to be publicly available to first aiders. Registered health professionals are able to gain access to vital medical information for emergency treatment. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together once again for the first runners-up for Build Health for Africa Hackathon, and they receive a check of 100,000 Kenya shillings. All right, and the winner of the Build Health for Africa Hackathon 2024 is Zahara. Zahara is a maternal care platform for mothers to gain knowledge on maternal health and schedule appointments with medical physicians using geolocation. The platform is able to connect expectant mothers using USSD, video conferencing, and progressive web apps to verified healthcare professionals. Zahara receives a check of 150,000 Kenya shillings. Let's appreciate them one more time, ladies and gentlemen. All right, and we now want to appreciate our Deputy President for your contribution in shaping Africa's digital future. I would like to invite our Cabinet Secretary and the CEO of ICT Authority to hand over the award. PS, I'd like to invite you to come on stage as well. Chairman, please come and join us on stage.
As we finalize on the award ceremony of that hackathon, and of course, as we gift His Excellency, we wish to request all ministers, PSAs, and heads of delegation to prepare for a photo session where we join the Deputy President on stage. Please, all ministers, PSAs, and heads of delegation, honorable ministers, may we proceed to the stage for that first photo. As the heads of delegations, the ministers, the PSAs proceed on stage, please, let's have the CEO, ICT Authority Kenya, the board and management to move closer so that after this first photo, we have ICTA, ICT board and management, and the CEO joining after our heads of delegation. Thank you, honorable leaders. May we now invite the CEOs, the CEO, ICTA Board, and Management. Honorable members, we invite you back to your seats as we leave ICT Minister Kenya together with the ICT Authority Board and Management on stage for that last photo. The board members of ICTA and the management, please. Currently on stage is the ICT Authority, Kenya, for the photo opportunity in commemoration of the Connected Africa Summit 2024. Members of the fourth estate, if you're ready, will now all be invited back to our seats to leave His Excellency atop the stage so that we play the national anthem as we come to the end of the Connected Africa Summit 2024. Before that next step, members of parliament, chairpersons present of departments, agencies, institutes in the country, please. Heading to the stage, led by the chairperson of the ICT Authority, Senate, Honorable Alan Chitang, and heads. Thank you. We shall now leave His Excellency, the Deputy President, on the stage. And may I kindly request all delegates, honorable members, and honorable ministers, shall we be upstanding for the national anthem, please? His Excellency, the Deputy President, and the High Delegation will leave. Good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our ceremony. Just to remind you, we do have the cocktail gala at 5 o'clock. We hope to see you at the cocktail gala at 5 o'clock right across the road at the Carnival.